forgot that we had to turn it up so loud yesterday for... Man, even in emulators, games have completely different volume settings between them. Why? Why? That's so goofy. Anyway. Hi. How's everyone doing? Is that too quiet? Any louder than that, and I'm gonna have a hard time hearing myself think, I think. It's so weird that they put a remix of this song in particular in Sonic Generations. It's the only 3D Blast song that's remixed in Generations, and it's the title screen specifically from the Saturn version. That's so weird. Why? Why was that the one they picked? It's bizarre. Alright, before we start, history lesson, because I'm curious. I wanted to find out more about this game and how it came to be. Why are there two versions? Is there a reason for that? Why are things different? Oh, let's see. In 1989, Traveler's Tale was co-founded by British game developers John Burton and Andy Ingram. The company achieved recognition through its collaborations with Sega and the Walt Disney Company, having gained performers' respect through their work in titles like Pugsy, Mickey Mania, and Toy Story. I forgot that they made Toy Story. I actually had that game as a kid. The Mega Drive, a 16-bit video game console made by Sega, had enjoyed great success over the early 90s with the release of games in the hit Sonic the Hedgehog series. A plethora of titles in the franchise were released, including Sonic, Sonic 2, Sonic Spinball, Sonic 3, and Knuckles. This earned Sega worldwide success and allowed the Mega Drive to closely compete with Nintendo's SNES console. I don't see what that has to do with this game's conception, but okie dokie. In late 94 and early to mid-95, Sega released the Saturn, the successor to the Mega Drive in Japan and the rest of the world respectively, and discontinued production on the 16-bit console shortly thereafter. However, they wanted to release a new Sonic game for that platform, as games released 1 or 2 years after system's discontinuation tended to still sell well. That's true. That's why you see a bunch of, like, random-ass games like Rockman and Forte coming out for the Super Nintendo in, like, 99 or something. Like, even though the N64 and PlayStation were very much the thing at that point, and the Saturn, I guess. Following the completion of Sonic 3, series co-creator Yuji Naka, before he went to prison, reunited with his fellows at Sonic Team and began work on non-Sonic projects, including Nights into Dreams. As such, Sega contacted I considered including the Knights games too, but I don't like the Knights games very much. I've tried to play them, and they're a little rough. Maybe I just need to give them a bigger chance. But as such, Sega contacted Traveler's Tale to make the new game. Such idea got their attention as the series was still very popular at the time. Development of 3D Blast would take 8 months to be finished. It's crazy how fast game development used to be. Traveler's Tale's founder John Burton served as lead programmer. The game was first titled Sonic Spindrift before being given the final name. Interesting. Uses 3D-like graphics and is played from an isometric perspective. The graphics were made from 3D rendered models, which were converted into sprites, and the overall art style was inspired by Donkey Kong Country. Inspiration for the isometric gameplay came from Sonic Labyrinth and Super Mario RPG, and the Flicky collection system was influenced by Flicky, the game. In addition to the Mega Drive release, they also commissioned a port for the Saturn in case Sonic Extreme, slated for release in Christmas '96, was canceled. Wow, it's a good thing they did. Yeah, the cancellation did occur in the end, so 3D Blast was released as a replacement for the holiday season instead. Saturn version was developed alongside the Mega Drive one for 8 weeks. Port also had higher resolution and weather effects, among other changes. Is the resolution higher? Oh, man. Oh, I made a mistake. What is it with What is it with fandom wikis with black backgrounds and high contrast text? My eyes are wigging out. Oh. Oh, I hate it. Oh, why do they do this? High resolution weather effects, among other changes, but otherwise was made to play exactly like the 16-bit version. Sonic team members filled in for development of the overhauled special stages, which were inspired by those in Sonic 2 and given polygonal graphics rather than sprites only. Jun Sanue worked on the music for the Mega Drive version, while Richard Jacks scored the Saturn. Aha! That makes sense. Many of the themes used in the Mega Drive version come from Sonic 3 and... What? They do? Unless they mean, like extra live chimes and stuff like that? The stage music isn't taken from Sonic 3. What are they talking about? Unless they mean unused music. Game Over music was also used in Pocket Adventure. Saturn version features a theme song, You're My Hero, composed by Richard Jackson, performed by Debbie Morris. The song is heard during the game's end credits. I wonder if that's who did the vocals for Sonic R as well. Oh, we deep diving. Hold on. Oh god, the fandoms are always so laggy, too. Oh, it's so laggy. I'm trying to learn things, Internet. Why are you like this? Why are fandoms like this, especially? I don't... I'm gonna have to dig deeper for that. For some reason, they don't... Wikis are also always so inconsistent. Okay. Yeah, that's why fandom wikis are so fucking laggy. Because they have ads fucking everywhere. They're terrible. Someone told me once that there's like a cheat that if you add something to the URL for fandoms, it removes all of that shit and makes it like a bare bones version, but I forgot what it was. But I was told about it once, and it's pretty sick. And it just makes me wonder why they're not all like that. I understand why they're all like that. They gotta make money. I get it. Although, do they? Do they really? Also, this title screen is killing me, because I feel like it implies that this isn't Sonic's 3D Blast, this is Sonic 3D's Blast. Anyway, that was something I was thinking about before the stream. Sound test. Help. So we did start this the other night. There's no save file, so I gotta start over. But that's fine. I probably would have anyway, just for the sake of consistency. You never want to start a movie night with, hey, we watched the first 30 minutes already last week. If you weren't here, then go fuck yourself. You should have been here. You know, this game doesn't really have that much of a story, but still... I would be disappointed if I was tuning in and they were like, "Hey, you're playing a game that you, like, you're here, obviously here because you want to watch it, but, like, you know, we're gonna skip the first 3 stages." 2 stages. Obviously more reasonable with bigger games. because then there's nothing you can do, but, you know, you get me. This music does sound a lot like Sonic R's, so I understand, like, instrumentally. So the fact that Richard Jacks did it is like, oh, that makes sense. Also, Dan, how's it going? Theo, how's it going? Alexander, how's it going? Is this the first 3D Sonic game? So, I think, I mean, no, because Sega Sonic predates it. Because that came out in 93. This was 96, I think? I was gonna say that Sonic Labyrinth probably predates it, especially since we were just reading that that was an influence for the game. But Sega Sonic was before both of them. Was this the first one that anyone played? Probably. Unless you want to count Jam? When did Sonic Jam come out? Now, that's not like a full game, but it does have like a hub world that you can run around in. That was 97, so that was after this. Dude, that keyboard's going hard. Whee! By the way, this is the Saturn version, if that wasn't obvious. I had never played the Saturn version before the other night, so that seemed like a, well, let's play that version. Let's just see what's different. And this is probably, well, you probably noticed the different music, but this is probably the second difference you're gonna notice if you've played a lot of this game. On Genesis, specifically. Cool. Why does the shoulder button jump? That's weird. So I'm just pushing buttons to see, is there a way to go faster here? Easy peasy. Excuse me. It's hard to organize series nights for that. You mean, like, for watching stuff? Yeah, that's why we haven't been watching any of the Marvel series on Discord. We only did the movies. And typically when I do organize something like that, I tend to only coordinate with one person, just because coordinating multiple people for it is a hassle. As much as I'd be down for, like, hey, let's watch all this stuff. But then, like, if one person can't make it, or if they have to leave early, it, like, sabotages the entire night. And I don't want anyone to feel like that's a thing that they have to work around. Like, I don't want anyone to feel guilty that, like, I'll, you know, my cat's on fire, so I have to go. Please. Oh, I have them all. Oh, I forgot that I wanted to... You bastard. I was thinking out loud. How dare you? I can't change that now, right? I wanted to try to reduce the resolution of the stream to 720 and then put 60 FPS back on to see how it works. And I completely forgot. So instead I'll just intentionally get hit by that turret back there to lose my shield because the flicker makes it difficult for anyone to see. Great at the Genesis special stages, but suck at these. The Genesis special stages are honestly really easy, and I don't mean to be like, well, you're only good at them because they're easy, but they, compared to these, they're very easy. Well, that was a great example of why I don't like speeches. I mean, you're not gonna notice the resolution difference. That's why I was kind of like, yeah, I can do that. In this case, there's gonna be no difference. Help. How does that... Actually, the waterfall looks pretty good. I guess that's not flickering. That's just... dithered. Ever watched Sonic X? I've tried. I can't get into it. Alright, if I remember correctly... That's fine. Yes. Yeah. Oh, but right, this isn't gonna actually be a Chaos Emerald. This is just gonna be like an extra life. Oh well. Achievements are achievements, I guess. So I guess you can only get, like, one emerald per act? Probably not per zone. Although some of the games do that. Is that the case in the original version? Genesis version, rather? I believe these came out on the same day, so I don't want to say that the Genesis version is the original version. Well, no, we just read that this is a Saturn port, so the Genesis version is the original version. I can't immediately recall the 3D Blast special stage music, but I feel like this one fucks way out of control compared to the Genesis version. we talked the other night about how the Saturn version's music kind of doesn't sound Sonic-y. And I think that stands true, but I think this track does sound Sonic-y. It has that very high-octane feel to it, whereas, as you'll see when we get to Rusty Ruin, that sounds like Metroid music for some reason. Remember the first season being kind of a slog and then liking 2 and 3 more? God, why are there so many series that... How did they even make it to Season 2 and 3 when people were like, Season 1 sucked? Like, I don't get it. It happens so often. I'll take that. You hated seeing Sonic X come on as a kid, and you're like, I don't have cable, I just want to change the channel away from this. I don't know, it feels like what people were... It feels like the first Sonic movie, what people don't like about it. It felt like the human... It felt like it was real-world anime starring Sonic characters, not a Sonic anime. I'm bad. I was gonna say, where's the last nerd at? Okay, I'm still bad, but it'll do. It don't matter, zone over. What do those tokens do? I kind of forget. That's what I was thinking, is that get all of them and you get like an extra life, or continue or something. But I guess there's still extra live monitors, so that'd be weird if they... it probably continues to make more sense. Watch the sub-versions, you can't speak of the quality of the dub. I mean, I think it was like the game voice actors, so it was probably fine. Unless you can't stand the game voice actors. But if you find some charm in the jankiness of the voice acting in Sonic Adventure, then it's probably great. So I guess, like, we read all that thing, it didn't say why they changed the soundtrack. I guess they probably just wanted it to be higher quality because Saturn. Fuck. But then why not make it remixes of the already excellent soundtrack? Oh. I mean, I don't know. I don't dislike this soundtrack. It just... It's like we said, it's not very Sonic-y. It's good, it just feels like it belongs in a different game. Oh, I don't have rings because I got hit like an idiot. Oh no. Fast. Skirt. Skirt. Round. Oh yeah, it was a 4Kids jam though, wasn't it? So it probably was terrible. There's probably rampant censorship for no reason all over the place. It'd be interesting to see, like, to peek into another timeline where 4Kids didn't censor the shit out of everything they touched, and see, like, did it matter? Like, would that have had just some monstrous outcome if they hadn't overly censored everything? Would that have just purely tainted the world's youths? Would it just have done irreparable damage? Because I feel like most people just remember it as being bad. Oh my god, this stage is hard. Cool! Especially, like, the only one I really have experience with is the Battle Network anime. And they just fucking changed shit just to change shit in that anime. Like, there was stuff that, like, it wasn't even censorship. They were just like, we're just gonna change this. And it's just, why? I don't know if they did that to anything else. I wonder if I should spin when going downhill to gain speed. Is that what they're kind of after? That feels dangerous. But yeah, like, there's some cases with the Battle Network anime where it's kind of like, I understand why they changed the character name. But then there's some that are just bizarre. Like, the fact that Battle Network 1 has a boss named Colored Man, like, yeah, of course you're gonna change that shit. Like, that's... that's terrible. Even the English version of the game changes it to just Color Man, and then they probably are also like, that's not quite enough. Which is like, okay, that's fair. That I get. Why did you feel the need to change Plant Man to Ivy Man? Why? Just why? I think the issue is the censorship came off as, like, we've got to protect the children because they're too stupid to, like, realize things. Because, like, they changed Bomb Man's name. And it's like, what, do you just not want to... You just don't want children to know what a bomb is? Like, they're gonna find out eventually. Like, it's a real-world concept that's present in, like, so many games and media. If anything, you could argue that it did damage because... Oh, God. I thought I was fine. Those things kind of suck. If anything, you could argue it did damage, because then if, like, you know, God forbid there was ever, like, a bomb threat at a school or something, and someone was like, oh, there's a bomb, and the kid's gonna be like, I don't know what that is. Then you'd have to be like, oh, there's a blaster. Oh, I know what that is. Like, that's just, like, not educating at that point. I'm trying to remember what else they changed. There's a lot of changes that are like, why did they do this? That's... Hello? There we go. There's enough rings to make it happen. I guess, well, I did get the Chaos Emerald. I'll do it again anyway. It's fine. I mean, one that always gets me was changing Napalm Man, which kind of makes sense. I could understand why you wouldn't want kids being like, hey, what's napalm? Like, but again, it's... It's not censorship, you know what I mean? It's hiding knowledge. But what gets me about it is that they change him to Multanic Man, which isn't even a word. They just made up a word on that one. Because they wanted so desperately to conceal what napalm is from children. It would help if I could remember to jump there. Anyway, I don't know if 4Kids did that with other animes. I just saw what it did with Battle Network, and it's weird. Cool! Actually, that's a nice Sonic. That's not cool. That's a nice. Nice! I can't believe I'm saying this, but the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog did it better. Because they said, hey kids, here's something that's bad that you need to know about and need to be educated about. So that you know to, like, not do it. That's, like, a way better way of treating children than just hiding the truth from them. I can't tell if that actually... I don't think I did get any speed from that. The censorship I could kind of get if the Robot Masters were named, like, you know, Penis Man, or Titty Man, or Fucko Man, or something like that. Then I get it. Because then it's just shit that's crude just for the sake of being crude. I understand why they would do that. Lan, how's it going? Alexander, how's it going, by the way? Yeah, and then, like, censorship gets really fucking weird to even think about in this day and age, because how do you think, like, whoever started 4Kids and was like, I'm gonna make it my mission to censor all this shit and hide children from things, like, or hide things from children. How do you think they feel about, like, Family Guy? They've got to be, like, fucking mad about it, right? It's like, I'm low-key mad about some of the things that Family Guy does. And children watch, like, children shouldn't be watching that show, is the difference there, but they do watch it. Why does that bridge not bend when we walk over it? Yay. How many of those fucking things do I gotta get? I don't think I saw South Park until I was in, like, high school. And by then I was able to, like, understand the humor. But even then it got old after a while. Like, I outgrew it eventually. Maybe it's not that I outgrew it, because if I watched the older episodes, I'd probably still think they're really funny. But for a while, they got really up their own ass with, like, taking a stand with, like, we're trying to deliver a message with this episode, and it's like, okay, we get it. Because they always, like, beat it into the fucking ground. It's never subtle, where you're like, oh, I get it. This is commentary on the state of the world today, but they make it too on the nose. Now, maybe it's better these days, maybe they don't do it as much now, but... But then there was, between that and the fact that episodes started getting edgy just for shock value, that was kind of when I was like, I'm done. That's okay. I drew the line at the Christmas blood orgy. That's when I was like, I'm done. This is stupid. I think that was literally the episode where I was like, this show sucks now. Like, what is this? This isn't even funny. It's just... crude, and oh my god, can you believe they did this? Well, you're gonna have to be more specific than Adult Swim, because that's not a show, right? That's like a... It's programming more than it is, motherfucker, a show. But I also agree, I remember watching stuff on Adult Swim in, like, high school, and I was like, I'm not into this. If you ever wonder, hey, surely you didn't always dislike anime, right? No, I did. I remember discovering anime in high school and being like, this is really dumb. And then for 20 years I dealt with people being like, you just haven't watched the right anime? You need to watch my anime. I watch the good one. I don't watch the garbage. And it's like, no, let me guess. It's like, you watched the garbage that I tried to watch. This is the one that sounds like Metroid music. That being said, there have been animes I've enjoyed, just they're few and far between. Like, I did like the Battle Network anime, I liked what they were going for, it's just the dubbing is really bad. I think I got lucky when I decided I'm gonna watch Kill la Kill, because that was like... That was good enough that it changed my mind, but it was also so good that I was like, no other anime is ever gonna live up to this, so there's no point in even trying. think there are any others that I've tried to watch since then. So listen to this Metroid sound and ass music. Please come here. I didn't even see that one. Oh my god. This is bad. Surely there is. Oh, the Scott Pilgrim anime was really good. So I'm not completely against it, it's just... the storytelling is often really bad, is really what it comes down to. In many I have seen, I'm like, this storytelling... mostly what it comes down... because I think there's a line, right? What do they call it? Shonen anime? Is that what they call it? Those are the ones that are based on manga that come out, like, every fucking week. So they never end. And those are the ones that I'm like, these are horrible. Like, the storytelling here is really bad. Because they're making it not to tell a story, but to have a weekly installment that they can sell. I might as well turn these guys in before I continue fucking around here. Because I think every one that I've watched where I'm like, this is horrible, has been a shonen anime. You'll notice that that's what lies in common with the ones I cited as actually liking, is they were one and dones. Actually, I don't think there's anything else here. I think I can just go. Skirt. Well, the live action thing was a different problem entirely, Dan. But you're not wrong. But that was like a different era entirely, I think. When I think of Adult Swim, like, when I was in high school, I think of two animes. Bleach and Yu Yu Hakusho. Is that what it's called? And Inuyasha? Those are the ones I think of when I think of Adult Swim, and all of them I was like, I hate this. Like, there's no redeeming qualities here. And people will try to be like, oh, the storytelling. Maybe there's a good story there, but, like, it takes, like, 50 years to tell it. Even as a teenager, I was like, I don't have that kind of time. Like, get on with it. Oh yeah, is there a story to tell in Dragon Ball Z? Maybe they shouldn't have spent an entire episode monologuing to each other while charging up their super attacks. You ever think about that? And just fucking screaming. I say monologuing, but most of it's screaming. And then, you know, the attack misses, or it doesn't kill, and it's like, this is stupid. What are we doing here? Shit doesn't respect your time as a viewer. Where the fuck am I? I'm just kind of going. I'm just kind of going and vibing. I swear you can break some of these, but there's like no indicator of which ones you can. Damn it. What the fuck is the spin-up thing? Oh, I missed you, so I'm glad I had to come back up here. Yeah, nailed it, because anime is like, well, again, shonen anime. Oh no, they're getting into a big fight. We're gonna see them fight. Oh no, what's gonna happen when they fight? They're taking the first punch next time on Dragon Ball Z. And then they have to show a recap of the whole fucking thing, and then there's still nothing happening, and yeah, it's... I think if I wouldn't have been introduced to anime through Dragon Ball Z, I think it would have been given a much more of a fighting chance. That being the first anime I was introduced to sabotaged the entire format. There's a lot of people that refuse to watch animated movies. Those are for children. Adults don't watch those, unless you have children. And even then, there's, like, a line. You have the adults that are like, oh, this is, like, actually pretty good, and then the people who still are like, I'm just gonna sit on my phone while my kid watches this. Because adults don't watch animated movies. Like, that's still a thing. It's pretty cringy. That's not a slow burn, though, Theo. That's stalling. Like, slow burn I could get, but that's not what they're doing. They're just stalling. Am I back in the first part? I think so. If I could get down to Tails safely. Oh! No. Not like this. So I have to come down this way. Because I had the platform up anyway. It's the chanting that really has me like, this is Metroid music. Yeah, then the next episode is they go to the grocery store because the manga issue didn't come out in time. Yeah, filler episodes are a problem too. Tournament arcs. There's so many tropes that just make shonen anime in particular really stupid. And again, I think... it's good, like I said, like the Scott Pilgrim anime was... How did we get on this subject, by the way? Cause Sonic X. The Scott Pilgrim anime was good because it was like meant to be a one-done thing. They were like just making one season. Sure, they're talking about making another one now, but I think that's because it was well-received. And not because they were like, let's invent this story arc that's going to take 70 years to tell and just brute force everyone to pay attention to it. And then Kill la Kill was the same. When the fuck did that come out? And that hasn't gotten a sequel or anything because they were like, no, it's a one-and-done story. Instead of being a, we're just gonna tell it until the creator dies, because then we're gonna have no choice but to stop. Stalling and slow burn is the same to you? No, they're not the same. Slow burn is like deliberate storytelling. Stalling is disrespecting the viewer's time. Like, that's the difference. Stalling is well, okay, you can stall for different reasons, I guess. But to stall deliberately because they're like, oh, the next issue didn't come out, so we don't have an episode to make, is kind of like... You probably should have fucking thought of that before, like, now. Oh god, there was a spring there and I jumped over it like an idiot. You can't see shit in these stages. How did they actually make the visibility lower than in Sonic 2? Somehow. How did they do that? DBZ in a nutshell video? No, because I don't give a fuck. I dislike Dragon Ball Z to such a level that I don't even want to see parody making fun of it. Like, that's how much I dislike Dragon Ball Z. The only thing I like about it is the art style. Like, it is a very stylish looking thing, but then, like, you never get to, like, see the style of, like, the fights in the episodes, because they spend all their time charging their super shots. I hated that. I thought those were bombs. Oh, I hate this. I don't understand how you're supposed to get to those checkpoints faster. Anyway, like, as much as I hated playing it when it came up on Retro Achievements, those Dragon Ball Z fighting games are, like, super entertaining to watch. Because they get the only good thing about that anime and make the entire game about it. So that's, like, the only way and I don't even really like to interface with it in that way, because it's still stupid when there's... People criticize, like, Nintendo rosters for having, like, 72 Marths, and myself included, but legitimately the Dragon Ball Z fighting games, like, a third of the roster is Goku in all of his different forms. It's fucking dumb. I remember seeing, like, trailers for it on, like, probably, like, Nintendo's social media or something, and it was, like, they're adding another Goku. This one has blue hair, and it's like, come on, what are we doing here? Maybe the manga would be way better if you... probably not. Probably not. Because it's still, like, thousands of issues. I just turned 40. I don't have that kind of time. If I were to commit to anything like that, it would probably be One Piece, because I've always thought One Piece looked kind of cool. But again, I don't have that kind of fucking time. Or interest. There's just other things that I'm more interested in. Wait, is this back at the previous act again? Yes, it is. Okay. I'm super lost. Long Piece. Long Piece. One Piece is like the longest one. Isn't Naruto super fucking long too? That was one that I never even understood the appeal of. Like, I don't even think the character designs are appealing in that. But then I think ninjas are stupid, so that might be a lot of that one. There was a debate in World of Warcraft back in the day of ninjas versus pirates, and I was always like pirates all the way. Like, ninjas are fucking stupid. Oh. I can't do that. Well, how do I do that? I gotta break that. I guess I gotta go this way. Please. Wow. The soundtrack is a vibe. I think it kind of works because I don't... That was a very weird sound effect. I need another spinny thing? Where the fuck am I supposed to find these things? Because, like, compare it to, like, the Sega Sonic yesterday, where that soundtrack was, like, very high octane. And, you know, similar camera angles, so it's a good example. Not similar camera angle, it's the same camera angle. So it's a good comparison. But that was a lot more fast-paced. This game isn't. So I think it does kind of fit here. I mean, the Genesis soundtrack's good too. Like, I don't think it's not good, but I'm coming to appreciate this one, is what I'm getting at. For what it is. If I ever play this game again, will I play the Genesis version instead? Absolutely. Would I listen to this music, like, on YouTube just for, like, easy listening? Yeah, maybe. It's got that lo-fi quality to it. Chill beats to study to, all that nonsense. I could see myself... this sounds like a criticism, but and I don't mean it to be. I could see myself falling asleep listening to this music. Where every other Sonic soundtrack is the kind of music you listen to while you're waking up. There's a visual discrepancy here. You guys seeing this? Trying to get, like, a good view of it. You see it, right? I wonder if this is in the Genesis version, too. Sonic, please. I'm trying to make fun of your game. Yeah, Sonic, please. I'm trying to CinemaSins on you. There's, like, no good way to look at it, but you can see it. Yeah, this area, like, that staircase goes up, and that's the crease in the wall, but then why is this door here? That doesn't make any sense. Ding. Add it to the sin count. It's easier to watch the One Piece lecture. How long was that? But even then, I know that the One Piece Warriors game you said does kind of a good job of kind of summarizing it quickly, so... That's good that there are other formats to engage with it with. Because, it makes it so... Not, like, gatekeepery, but it's like, the entrance fee to even get involved in one of these things is, like, so high sometimes. I think that's why a lot of video games, even story-focused video games, will tend to be, this game has nothing to do with like Final Fantasy. Because if you had to play, like, every Final Fantasy to understand what the fuck's going on in Final Fantasy 16, that takes so much time. Each game is, like, 50 hours long. And that's just way too much of an ask. And I think they understand that when it comes to making video games, which is why you don't often see games have, like, a direct continuity. I think that's why they shied away from that in the Sonic games for a while, where a lot of the games were just kind of, like, Saturday morning cartoon style, where it doesn't take into account the the previous games. They did it again! This door doesn't make sense! At least this one can be broken. That's a cool way of making it stick out to the player. But the other one you couldn't break. Oh no, ads. I wasn't paying attention. We'll take a short break after this. Ah! Boing. I'm going uphill and I didn't realize it. Cool. This music rocks. I love this theme. Oh, I didn't see those. Cool. Cool. I'm getting better at these. Yeah, I think that's the good way of doing it. And I would say that that's the direction they're taking with the Sonic games. Is that, like, Frontiers has a lot of references to past games and the overall canon. But it's not exactly important to understand what's happening on the island at that point in time. Like, if Sonic Frontiers is your first Sonic game, you're not going to be confused about what's happening. Because it presents everything you need to know in that context. But then if you know the previous games, you're going to pick up on more. Which I think is a good way of doing it. Because obviously you're going to have a lot of people playing games that have played the previous games. So you don't... Like, that's the problem with, like, Lost World, for instance. Is Sonic Lost World doesn't... It's a completely standalone experience that has nothing to do with the... It outright pretends the other games don't exist. And that feels kind of shitty as someone who has played the games for 30 years. But also the writers of Colors and Generations and Lost World and, I believe, Forces... I believe were Saturday morning cartoon writers, so it makes sense that that's where those games went. This part sucks. And I know people kind of don't... There's kind of a divide between the new writing style for the Sonic game. Sonic games. Because of the fact that it is very self-referential. God, platforming is impossible in this game. And it can be very MCU-like sometimes. Like, I'm always reminded of that early scene in Multiverse of Madness where they, for no reason, name-drop Spider-Man just to be like, oh yeah, there was that thing that happened with Spider-Man, which is, like, almost... not needed for the context of the movie. Like, they didn't need to do that. But I think it works with the current Sonic games because of the fact that they're trying to establish a canon and a continuity. They're trying to pull it all together to make sense. And make it feel more coherent. God damn it. It's so hard. This is probably gonna be my one negative with this game is, like, not necessarily the controls, because I think the controls are fine, but platforming is, like, borderline impossible. And I was actually wondering before I started that I wonder how this game would feel if you could map the D-pad on the diagonal, so that if, like, when you push up, you go up and to the left diagonally instead of directly up, because that's the problem, is that all of the platforming is on that isometric angle, but there's no button to go diagonally. You know what I mean? So any of that platforming is, like, way harder than it has any reason to be. Because you can't, like, go in that direction consistently. So I wonder if you could, like, somehow remap the D-pad to be, like, diagonal like that, and if that would help. It would take some adjustment, for sure, but I think it would create a learning curve. I'm not saying they should have done that for the game, because I think that would have made it even harder to control for the average person. Yeah, that's true. Strange's writing in No Way Home is a little odd, because he's so cavalier with his power. Like, he's so willing to, like, break rules, and then after they do it, he's like... That one-up sound is so fucking trippy. It's like at the beginning of No Way Home, his writing isn't correct, because he's so cavalier with his power, and being like, yeah, we can break the rules of the universe to help you get into college. That's fine. And then... once they mess it up, then he's all business and like, okay, we have to fix this. It is a little weird. Dude. I wish you could, like... I guess you can kind of hold this. Sort of. I was gonna say I wish you could hold it to just keep the spin going. I needed that. I jumped the gun. Oh, you bitch. Oh. That was such a great example of why I think, okay, my thoughts are all over the place here, bear with me. I think horror games suck. And what I'm getting at is that especially, like, there are so many that rely on jump scares now, and I think that's cheap. But, like, that was a major jump scare, and it wasn't designed to be a jump scare. Like, games can be scary through their gameplay without even being horror. So you'd think horror would have it easy, right? Oh. That's a little trivial, isn't it? Okay, we're almost caught up to where we were the other night. I forgot to take a break after that special stage. It's fine. That just shows that I'm enjoying myself, right? I got off the rails. I saw you guys mentioning Genocide City earlier. And that's kind of weird, because, you know, in Sonic Adventure 2, they try to blow up the world. So, it's like... I mean, there's, like, a difference, I guess, because Genocide has, like, racial tones to it. I guess is the major difference there. Whereas blowing up the world is pretty indiscriminate. Yeah! No one plays this game. Because I feel like that wasn't even a difficult achievement, and it was super rare. So, like, no one plays this game. Oh yeah, this is the track I really liked the other night, where I was like, this sounds so... It matches the area so well. For some reason, when I hit that wall, my controller stopped working. That's weird. Wee, fast. So I said last night that something I liked about, is it an enemy? No. Okay. Something I liked about Sega Sonic is that it's more like action-y compared to this. Like, I would not really say this is an action game. And that section was pretty fast, but also it was completely automatic. There was other stuff back there. Hold on. Oh! Where did my birds go? That's not good. Oh! What was I saying before that? Probably playing a Genesis version instead. Have I played the Genesis version? I could check the rarity of the achievements for the Genesis version. Because I have a feeling not a lot of people are playing that either. I don't know if you knew, I don't think this game has the best reputation. There's also the director's cut on retro achievements, so people could also be playing that. I have played it on, I have played the Genesis version on Retro Achievements. I mean, it's still really low. Is there not an achievement for beating Green Grove Zone? Because that's what I'm trying to find. Just to see how many people... I mean, 21% of people obtain a red shield, which is, like, pretty early in the game. %46% collect 1 Chaos Emerald, so, like... I beat the final boss without taking damage? That's kind of shocking. I mean, the beat the game achievement for the Genesis version is 11.6% of players, so that's still, like, almost a rare achievement. So I would kind of say that... Oh, it shows you the flickies on the map. That's cool as hell. People do play this version more, but not by much. And it looks like a lot of people, they fall off pretty quickly. Yeah, didn't I say that the win condition was like 11%? It's like 17% on Director's Cut. So, if anything, more people are playing Director's Cut. Yeah, I'm guessing that they got sniped by an enemy, because that can happen, that, like, they can get hit and you don't get hit, so I'm guessing that's what happened. I think the 1-Up music is my least favorite music track in the game. It sounds extremely undercooked. Oh, there's one. Other one's up here. Yeah, did I like land? Oh, I have invincibility. What am I hesitating for? Did I like land on the spikes and like I didn't get hit, but they did? Like maybe that's what happened. I'm suddenly really appreciating the fact that I have a map. God damn it. I was, like, ready to react to falling on spikes, but the way the camera moved, I didn't know I was on spikes. Is there anything else down there? It does connect around. Ugh. Oh, there's an enemy here. I don't know if I want to go back this way. Alright, everything's fine. Somehow. Okay. Sup, nerd? Oh, this fucko. You can't, I just, like, definition living rent-free in your head. So I've talked a lot about this guy that I've been watching his content, and he does, like, the CinemaSin parody, except video games. And something I really like, so he typically focuses on the story and picking apart points with the story. But with the classic games, you can't really do that. So he looks at the gameplay instead, but then he also brings in the instruction manuals and points out things that are wrong with that. Which, 90s video game manuals, there's a lot of problems. But it gets better because he knows Spanish, so he can read the Spanish version of the manual. And if you thought the manuals were poorly translated into English, oh boy. It gets worse. And the one that just lives rent-free in my brain is, for some reason, I think it was the Sonic CD manual. They call the, boost strips dash zones. For some reason. That's how it got localized into English, is dash zone. For some reason, it got translated into Spanish as the fucker zone. And it's like, how? How does that happen? How did no one catch that? It's not like that's new slang. That's, slang that has existed. I don't know, it just, like I said, rent-free. It just popped back into my head, and I was like, this is funny, and I'm gonna talk about it. No! That was really shitty, Tails. That was really shitty. Fucker zone. It's so funny. Oh, cool. Invincibility wore off before the music stopped. That's fun. Do you only have to take it to him total? I thought it had to be 50 at a time. They still take your money after you've done the special stage, which is kind of fucky. I don't know where I am. Okay. Oh, but what a way to unpause. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's too late now, but I don't know how to get back there now, so it'll have to wait. Well, this is the way to the end of the stage. That's not the way I want to go. Oh, this also works. If you pinball me into spikes, I'm gonna fucking lose it. Oh, is this the first canonical case of Knuckles carrying someone while gliding? What allows him to glide anyway? Is there, like, a canonical explanation for how he can do that? I think the Archie comics, I have vague memory of them trying to explain it away by, like, his dreadlocks are hollow. Which doesn't even make sense. Even if they were, why would that allow him to fly? It doesn't... What? Would allow him to float in water. Like, that would check out. Oh, no. Finger. Also, I don't know if, like, are the Knuckles anatomical? Like, is he like Wolverine? Like, he was just kind of born that way? Or are they just part of the glove? Oh, I'm so scared. Please. Cool. I'll never forget. It's so weird. I don't remember that much about the Archie comics, but there's like a couple of little things I remember because they're so wacky that it's just like, what? You really wanted to come up with like a canon. I guess they didn't even need a canon explanation for this in particular, but they did a comic adaptation of Knuckles Chaotix. And in that, when he like goes to the island, something about the island like takes his power away, which involves the spikes disappearing, which makes sense. And for some reason, his dreadlocks get shorter, which is like, why? What's the significance of that? And also, why doesn't that happen to any of the other Chaotix? Like, why don't they have their powers taken away? Like I was saying, I think yesterday, I have, like, no interest in going back and reading the Archie comics, I don't think. Because it was filled with just dumb shit like that, which is like, huh? And on the subject of anatomy, how do Tails' tails not get tangled up constantly? How does that work? Does he have to, like, maybe that's why he gets tired, is because they start getting tangled, and then he has to stop to, like, spin them in the other direction? What is this cartoon sounding ass? What is happening? This took such a turn. I wasn't ready for that. It's fucking clown man stage sounding ass. Boing. It's so stocky. Oh, I love Sonic games, man. It's such an experience. Dee-dee-dee. This music is fucking wild, man. No! I didn't even see that. The only thing we're missing is, like, the Flintstones Scooby-Doo run sound effect. Stock cartoon sound effects are fucking sending me. They're just so nutty. Wait, where the hell am I? Oh, stage big. Okay. I was looking at it the other way around and thought we were almost done already. Hold on, let him cook? Did they buy a set of stock sound effects and felt like they had to use all of them to get their money's worth? Is is that what's going on? You know, we paid for the whole thing, and you've only used 3 of them so far. It's so silly, dude. And it doesn't stop. It's unrelenting. I think that's what's so funny about it. Oh, this might be the music track that is just objectively better than the Genesis version. And, I will not accept any slander. Sweet! Oh, it's give it. What did I bounce off of? Oh, I didn't even see that thing up there. If he can fly, why did he build a plane? Because he gets tired. He just flew into town and boy are his tails tired. Oh, goodness. Also. The red plane is actually Sonic's plane. I feel like a lot of people don't know that. Like, that's not Tails' plane. Which I like the fact that in the movie he just fucking steals it instead of builds it. It brings up a lot of questions about how the fuck he got his hands on this plane, but I think canonically the tornado, the red plane is supposed to, that's why it has Sonic's name on the side of it, is that it's Sonic's plane. But then inevitably, yes, Tails still builds a plane in Sonic Adventure. Is it just the Tornado 2? The blue one. So that it is still... I think they did have the Flintstones run sound effect in there for a second. Very briefly. Oh, so fast! Ah! Oh, this is some real Sonic 2 special stage looking ass. A good example of how wacky some of the manuals are and why we shouldn't take them into consideration is... I can't remember which one, but one of the manuals implies that Sonic gets his speed from his shoes, and that it's not a natural ability, which is just wrong. I also realized the other day that Sonic is the universe's anchor being, which is, like, obvious because he's the main character, but... Although I guess this is contradictory. Because I was gonna say that there's a part in 06 where he goes back in time to stop something from happening. And I don't mean the game. That also is a thing, that they go back in time to stop from happening. But he goes back in time at one point to stop Elise from dying. But he never returns to his own time. He just stays in that time period? But shouldn't there be another Sonic around? They never addressed that. I mean, that game's time travel is so fucky and messy that of course they don't address it, but shouldn't there be another Sonic running around somewhere who presumably still saw the egg carrier explode and assumed that Elise died? But then I guess he still would have time traveled, but then he doesn't have to go back in time because he already did go back. Oh, I've gone cross-eyed. But then, you know, Generations contradicts that because there is a second Sonic running around. But I just started thinking about, like, he really is the main character of the universe, right? Because he time travels and it's just his perspective. No one else's everyone else's perspectives get reset, but his doesn't. Right? Please. I'm trying to save you. Oh, this is horrible. Okay, there's one. I hate the red one, man. There we go. Come here. Thank you. Okay. Oh. I just stopped pushing buttons after a second. I was stuck as hell. Something like that from the Archie comics, though, about his shoes. It might have been, but the Archie comics, like, didn't give a fuck about canon at all. They just kind of did whatever the hell they wanted. I kind of don't blame Sega for, like... I mean, it took the Penders lawsuit for them to drop their contract with Archie Comics, but I kind of don't blame them for also being like, we want more control because you're creating a bunch of shit that, like, doesn't actively contradicts the games. Everything's fine. If Eggman can fill Sonic's shoes with cement to slow him down, why didn't he ever do it again? Ding! Yeah, why didn't he ever try to make a lava reef machine again that can withstand lava and can't be damaged at all? Why doesn't he ever try to make the Sonic CD death laser again that can kill you regardless of how many rings you have? The man's an idiot. Is really what it comes down to. He has a high IQ, but he dumb. And that's why I like that they made the Sonic Cycle canon in universe, and that it's instead Eggman gets planned to take over world, would succeed, but he gets too distracted with trying to defeat Sonic, gets defeated, and then it repeats itself. Because that is what he be doing. I can't with this this music, man. Boing. I mean, the cement shoes was already such a... doesn't make sense, because why doesn't he just take the shoes off? Even as a kid, I was like, take the shoes off, Sonic. Like, what are you doing? This should be an easy fix. What are you doing? And they never explain, like, oh, like, he can't. They're locked on, I guess, which is probably the case. It would have been better to just say that the labyrinth was enchanted and that he can't run anywhere. Like, that makes just as little sense and lacks downsides. Because we never questioned the fact that, I guess it's just the fact that they tried to explain it that makes it kind of silly, because we never questioned that in Spinball, right? There's no explanation for why he can't just run. I don't remember this one. I don't like the look of it, though. I'll tell you that much. Just wait for him to do that, and then hop on him. Bitch. I also love that Eggman arrogance is still in the modern storytelling, not necessarily the games. I'm sure there are examples of that too, but we talked about the Metal Virus arc in the comics the other day, and a lot of the thing with that is that, like, he jumps the fucking gun with the virus. Like, it is not ready. It is unstable and uncontrollable, and he just does it anyway because he's just kind of like, I'll figure it out later. And that, like, almost ends the world. Which is just goes to show he's smart, but he's not smart. Well, this is sounding extra Christmassy. Oh. Please. Do I have to go up this area? Oh, that's a fat lot of good that did. Please. Oh, the ice. Please. Can't I? I can spin dash to break these. Useful intel. Is it intel when I just remembered it? Whatever. I'll get rid of you guys. Everything's fine. No, it doesn't matter. This might be the first music track that's just objectively not as good. This sounds like the filler music that they play at, like, Disney World during Christmas events. Oh. Oh. Doing. Oh. Okay. Okay. As a kid, I always thought these fossils looked like Knuckles. Like, there's his dreads. And that's, like, as if his arm was, like, bending back this way, so, like, his wrist is here, and that's his fist with the spikes on top. It's obviously not what it is, but as a kid, I was always like, yo, it's Knuckles, Pog! I knew what Pog was when I was... What year did this game come out? 96? 11? I feel like I gotta go down here first. Hold, please. That's useful. We did have Pogs back then. That's true. I gotta make a Pog emote that's just a stack of Pogs. I just have to find a way to do it that it's actually readable, that, like, that's what it is. Yeah, some Hallmark original sounding ass. Like, this is the first one that, like... The others were, like, different, but after enough listening, I was like, no, I get it. There's some cool elements to this track. This one is so generic. Like Muppet Christmas Special made on a budget. Generic. Damn it. This seems unnecessary. Oh, okay. Wow. Like, it's the music they play at the North Pole, but you only hear it for, like, less than 10 seconds, so it doesn't matter if it's memorable. It's just meant to be like, ooh, it's so magical. Yay, Christmas. Dee-doo-doo-doo. Ooh. Destroy 4 monitors in diamond dust. Those are the kind of achievements that I think are stupid. Honestly, now that I'm less worried about the Chaos Emeralds, I think I'm enjoying the game more. I still have to go get that last one, though. But now that I'm just kind of, like, cruising and just, you know, finishing the objective. Alright, let's see if Act 2 is any better. Is that a rare achievement? We've talked about it, like, twice tonight already. like no one plays this game. I mean, this has a better beat to it. Oh, I like it more. It's punchier. Yeah, I think, like, people only play, like, the first stage of this game, and then they just never touch it again, apparently. Although that was, like, a break all of the monitors in the act, which is, like, a thing a lot of people probably aren't gonna do, so I don't even think that necessarily applies anyway. Oh, motherfucker. It's the ones where I, like, beat the stage and it's a rare achievement that I'm like, what is going on here? You bitch. You motherfuck. Could you guys come to me, please? Okay. We're good. This still is, like, not great. It's got more percussion than Act 1, so I like it more, but it's still... Where's the melody, man? Oh god, everything's getting so accident-prone. That's not how grammar works, but you know what I mean. No! Well, I guess I know it's not... What hit me? Huh? There had to have been another one of those spike things, and I just didn't see it. Upside. I can get some of these rings back, which is helpful. It was a tactical death, don't worry about it. Boing. So now the question is, does Tails still have those 14 rings? I'm assuming not. There we go. Correct, I have 6 emeralds. There was. I thought this was like 1 tile wide, but it's technically 2 tiles wide. Okay, that's stupid. Okay. Coin flip. Is this going to be the hardest special stage ever, or is it going to be a victory lap? Because it's always one or the other in these Sonic games. The 7th one is always either really hard or it's really easy. with, like, no in-between. Oh, well, this is a horrible start! I would say I'm not feeling good about this. I jumped! You could hear it! Oh, those corkscrews are something else. Cool. Oh, that was weird. Oh! Fucking spike jump scares, man. What? Were those just bait? Oh! There ain't no way. Nope. 6 short, that's rough. Not too bad. I think this might actually be the rare case where the final one is, like, adequately balanced. That doesn't happen very often. Oh god. Alright. Oh, it's ads time. Does this game actually, like, time you out if you go over the time limit? It feels cheesy, but I have plenty of lives. I could just, well, unless I do that, I could just die and do the special stage again, couldn't I? This one's, like, really inoffensive to get to. Like, it's right at the beginning of the stage. And I don't think it's gonna take that many tries. Right. I should have went back further there to get more rings. Did I mess up? I may have messed up. Nailed it. Okay, it's fine. I found the way. I should have waited until after ads to hop in here. My bad. Oh, I pushed the wrong button. I'm gonna do it for the subs. Well, that would have been nice to get. Oh, I got scared. Cool. Damn it. Oh, no. Saved it. These special stages are cool. The visibility's a little low, but which makes them extremely anxious to get through, but they're pretty cool. I like them. Was that a blue? Why are there 3 blue Chaos Emeralds? I guess one is blue, one is silver, one is white. It's just they all look blue. Yeah. Chaos Control, that's not in this game. Ding. Okay, at the risk of timing out, because I don't know if that's a thing in this game. Like, I don't know if you... It doesn't show you the timer in the stage, so I think it would be weird to time the player out for something that they don't know is a mechanic. But... well, we're just gonna send it. It's fine. We got like 2 continues, I think, and plenty of lives. Ads are almost over already anyway, but I'm still gonna take a short break, grab something to eat, stretch, all that good stuff. So hang in there, and we will continue in a minute. Oh, it's kind of chilly. Oh, I love that the birds stop and idle too. I don't think I noticed that earlier. Actually, I'm gonna leave my door shut because yeah, it's cold. It's chilly tonight. This is the time of the year when I get thankful that this room generates as much heat as it does. So it keeps it nice and cozy. Oh yeah, I did some Rivals last night. I don't know how I feel about the Marvel Zombies event. I don't know how I feel about it. The first match I did with Thor, and I did not like it. And then most of the other matches I did with the Punisher, and I was kind of like, then I got it. I was like, oh, I get it. I'm picking up what you're putting down. It has the same problem, in quotes, that the Auto Battler event had, where it's like, they throw all this roguelike stuff at you and give you, like, no time to process what you're looking at. So it took me a minute to be like, oh, I understand. But even then, I jumped. What are you talking about? Even then, I thought Nightmare difficulty was awful. It lasted way too long. I think the one Nightmare round I did was 30 minutes, and I was like, that's a lot. Yeah, there was a problem with, like, there's no feedback that you're hitting something. And I didn't know if that was a problem with just him, or if it was a problem with, like, all the Melee characters, because the only other ones I tried were Punisher and Jeff. But Thor felt, like, real bad. Except for when I started to figure it out, and I basically had a Odin Force mode that lasted, like, almost indefinitely, and then I was like, oh, this is kind of rad. Sorry, Knuckles, no more rings for you. But not as rad as some of the other stuff I was getting with the other characters. Like, I got a thing with Jeff where, like, every time you used his ultimate, he got bigger, and eventually he was the size of, like, a fucking truck, and I was like, this is insane. In, like, a good way. And yeah, I got the impression that it's a little easy. I think I prefer that over... I feel like games like that, when they have limited time events like that, they have a bad habit of making them way harder than they need to be. So I think I appreciate the fact that it's pretty manageable, because then it's just kind of like, it's just kind of fun. I missed one back there, didn't I? I have a hunch. Nope, he's right there. I think I only lost one, and I think it was the first one I did. Yeah, I had a run with Punisher like that, where I got the auto headshots, and I was like, this is bonkers. Oh yeah, I wasn't even paying attention to the timer. No, that says 9:50. For some reason. Weird. What in the... Okay. Dude. Dude! How do I fucking hit him? I think I'm just misspacing my jumps. Sure am. All else fail, just have your boss summon ads. Oh, this one's gonna take a ton of hits, isn't it? Because it's destroying the things on the outside. Oh, did I just double hit him? It sounded like it. I don't know if it counted, though. I'm gonna disagree with that. Where did my ring go? Okay. No, really, where did my ring go? It just ceased to exist. There's not a lot of rings on this stage in general, I'm actually noticing. It's a very small amount of rings. You know what's extra weird about the soundtrack? Is it... Didn't I hit him? I thought I did. Is they reuse a bunch of 3D Blast soundtrack in Adventure. So why did they make a different soundtrack if they were so proud of the one they had already made? The hell, they use one in Heroes, too. I think I double hit him there, too. Later! Yeah! Speaking of which, I think. Although we're not going to hear the music in this case, because it's the Genesis version that they took that music from. This is kind of Lord of the Rings sounding, but I like it. No? Okay. I think we're hitting the point of me needing to decide what we're doing after this, because how many zones are there in this game? There's like at least 2 more, right? So we're over halfway in. It's been about 2 hours. So we're gonna have about 2 hours at the end of the stream to fill, I think. About an hour and a half to 2 hours, somewhere in there. Please. What would an acceptable pivot be? What we still have left as far as the classic games go, other than Sonic 1 and 2. There's Game Gear 1 and 2 as well. Those games are hard, though. Like, I kind of want to start those at the beginning of a night. So that I have plenty of time to get my ass handed to me. 2 especially. Nah, I think if I... Like, I did think of doing the director's cut after this, but I don't think I really want to. Oh, this is just mean. That's just mean. What's the point? No, really, what's the point? Oh, I see. That's I think that's just an optical illusion. I don't think there's actually anything fucky going on here. I think it just looks weird. I imagine that they still send you to the special stage, but you could just get one-ups instead. Like, I would assume. There is no Supersonic, right? There's only one in the... That was one of the things with Director's Cut, is that they added that in. I thought I would hit the rock and be fine. What can be said? I had a feeling. Who knows if it's important? It's not important. Well, fire immunity is not important. No, you do get an extra boss for having all the Chaos Emeralds, but I don't think he's Supersonic. Unless this version's different, I guess. Why would I want that? Ask yourself why that would be a good idea. So I was thinking something before I started streaming about how I almost feel like the flickies should be an optional good ending thing in this game. But they're not as much of scavenger hunts to find as I remember. So I don't think I mind it. I feel like you're only gonna miss them if you're, like, deliberately going fast and not looking around. Where the fuck am I? Don't... Thank you. Yeah, I know the director's cut adds supersonic hit, so I'm pretty sure it's not in this version at all. Again, unless the Saturn version's different, which, if it is, don't tell me. Let me get there. Because that'll be a cool... Oh, I didn't know about this. But I don't think that's the case. Back this way. This stage would be a goddamn nightmare without this shield. Yeah, like jumping in the air doesn't do anything or anything like that. Wow. Wait. Didn't I get the last one? Did I not pick it up? I thought I already had 4. I'm confused. I guess I only had 3 when I got that one. Please. I think one of the worst things about this game controls is that going uphill is, like, really rough. Yay. Getting back the lives I lost. Meow. Boing. Stage would suck without this shield. Like, God help me if I lose this, because this is gonna become a total nightmare. Please? Boing. God damn it! Hopefully I'll get another one somewhere. No, not speed shoes. You weren't listening. I don't want to. You can't make me. Alright, I'm at least gonna turn these guys in first, because I do not want these things to scatter over lava. That's gonna be a literal nightmare. Fucking shit. Yeah, we'll get back in it. Okay. Not too bad. Boom, 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 boom. No points at all. I haven't really been paying attention to the score, I guess. Oh, I remember. So, I remember vividly when I was playing this. Like, I mentioned that I got it on Steam. And that was the first time I'd replayed it in a while. I remember vividly that this boss was really rough because I had a really bad D-pad. And as you can see, I have a good D-pad now, so this kind of isn't that big of a deal. But if you have a bad D-pad, getting onto that pipe is a goddamn nightmare. Clear any third act in under 30 seconds. Let's fucking go. I am pretty good at video games. That's an exit path. Oh, oh, oh. Ass and butts. Oh, this is terrible. Okay, we're good. Whee! These enemies are very clustered together. You're a bitch. You know that? You're a bitch. Please. You think you'd be better about not running away from me? You son of a bitch. Ugh. Dude, the red ones are so annoying. Oh, it still hit the flick. God damn it. Didn't hit me, but it hit the flickies. Alright, I'm missing one. Where did they go? Down. Okay, that's good. That's where I want them to be. This is another, like, this music's solid. It's getting the job done. Really? There we go. Whoa! Bitch. Oh, we don't want to go that way. Not yet. What is with this enemy placement, man? Oh! Okay. Ring, please? Did I only have the... Oh, I gotta get the mouse. This very much sounds like Sonic R music. Oh, I hate everything. How the fuck did I do that? Whee! It's fun thinking back at, like, playing these games as a kid, because, like, I didn't know what a gene was. I don't think. So it was, like, just a word. I think, if anything, I thought it was a name. Which it is, but that's not how they use it here. It also is not nice to think about, because it can very often be, wow, I was a stupid fucking kid, wasn't I? But I guess that's how, like, everyone feels, so... Please. Please. Boy, it would be cool if the Flickies wanted to be saved, instead of fucking running away. Oh, I felt good, because I meant to do that. Little fuck, come here. Yeah, it's Sonic R music without lyrics. I feel like now that I have all the emeralds and I don't feel the need to explore quite as much, that we're kind of flying. So maybe we'll almost have like 3 hours in the stream left at the end of this. Which is the act where the Flickies are in capsules? Is that the next one? I thought it was this one for some reason. It obviously isn't, because there's an enemy. Yeah, this kind of fucks. I fuck with this. Boing. Oh, I hate it. Sega, who do you think you are? Like, somehow I did it. I'm not sure how. What? If this goes quickly enough, we'll probably do a Knuckles playthrough in Sonic 3. That'll probably be... if we have enough time for it. That seems like a sensible place to go. It's just I don't think that's like an hour-long endeavor, so... like, it's a little bit longer than that. Why are these always next to these turrets? I hate it. Oh! Oh! Depth perception is a hell of a drug. Please. Oh! Oh, we're back here, are we? Okay. Well, I don't think I took this. That's maybe where we started? Everything's fine. I almost did it again. You know, you have a map. The map's not gonna help. I can't see where these things go. I mean, it's probably something here, right? Well, there's you at least. And I like that. Okay. Okay, I think I'm picking up what you are putting down. Not like this. I thought I lost one since they were chirping like crazy. Whee! Huh? Disagree. I think I went too quickly here. Oh, no. Right. But I can't. Oh, there we go. Oh. It's fucking stress. Oh, that's full. God damn it. Come here, you little shit. I'm trying to save your life. Oh, how in the ass? Oh, I wasn't supposed to come this way first. I hate everything. Well, goddamn. Back we go. Okay, that's fair. Okay, I'm just rushing at this point. That's on me! Something about the way the... Is it that the game has screen crunch? I don't know. I feel like it's really easy to be launched into something that you were not prepared for in this game. Because, like, it's like the camera doesn't keep up or something. So sometimes you just wind up on top of an obstacle and you're like, oh, you have, like, less than a second to react. And overall, it's not too bad, but... It happens, is all I'm saying. Okay. It's a really dumb achievement. I'm not into those. Oh, I hate this. Oh, I hate this. Please! He won't even get on top of the spring. Why? I pushed right! He does have that Mario 64 shit where, like, he has to turn around when you push in a direction. Which no game should do ever. Oh my god. This is the literal worst. Goddamn. God. This is horrible. Come on, I pushed up, man. Oh my god. Is this the worst part of the game? This might be the worst part of the game. That was made by someone who wasn't forced to playtest what they just made. Or they were and they just didn't care. Which is something that hasn't like really happened all that much in this game. I mean, it might have if I would have lost my fire shield earlier in Volcanic Valley? Is that what it's called? Oh my god, all these stages are alliteration too, aren't they? Huh. I noticed when listening to the soundtrack for Sega Sonic that all those stages were alliteration too. Video game designers love their alliteration, man. I'm gonna ask you politely to go fuck yourself. What? How do I hurt him? How? Huh? What? I don't know why I fell through him the first time. But it felt bad, and I hated it. This boss is butts. I don't like this. I mean, now I'm kind of making it work, but I still don't really like it. Come on, man. Dude, whatever. I hate that it's that picky about the boss hitboxes. Like, in 2D it makes sense, because you can clearly see, like, where the top of it, like, you can judge the depth, whereas here you can't. So sometimes it feels like I hit him, but the game's like, no, you didn't. You weren't quite high enough on the y-axis that doesn't really exist. It's so hard to judge that as a player. Oh, that was on me, because he landed on me. And then you just go through him when you have iframes, which is... yeah, it's cool. I guess it's fair, but it's also lame. Where did my ring go? If rings hit springs or spikes, do they just cease to exist? Is that what happens? Like, rings also have hitboxes? Oh, there's a ceiling. Go fuck yourself. Oh my god. This boss is ass. Mostly due to the fact that momentum while running on something like this, on like a conveyor, is really fucky. Because it doesn't like immediately launch you forward. You know what I mean? Your momentum is weird, which makes it hard to, like, actually hit the upper part of him. Because in the rest of the game, if you're running forward and you jump, you have an expectation of where that's going to send you. And that just, like, doesn't apply here. I made a terrible error, but I didn't get punished for it, so... Whereas here, it's like the momentum cancels each other out, so... Sometimes it feels like you're just jumping in place. Which, I don't know if that physically makes sense. I've never ran on a treadmill and then tried to jump off of it to see what would happen. So, I guess... Maybe what do I know, but it feels fiddly as far as a game goes. Come on, man. See, that's what I'm talking about. Sounds pretty nefarious. I always thought this stage felt too samey to Gene Gadget. Is that a hot take? Like, it always felt to me like Gene Gadget Act 3 and 4. It's like, it's the same enemies. It's the same obstacles. Also, did Tails and Knuckles just not... Were they just not on the last stage? So, like, do you need to get the emeralds before that case? Or before that point in time? Or you're just not getting them? Fully possible that I just wasn't exploring enough. This again? Like, it's the same stage, man. Why did they Metropolis Zone and be like... It's funny how that's a thing in so many of the classic Sonic games except for Sonic 3. Like, Sonic 1 hits you with, surprise, it's Labyrinth Zone Act 4. Sonic 2 hits you... Oh my god. Sonic 2 hits you with 3 acts of Metropolis. This basically hits you with 4 acts of Gene Gadget. If anything, I guess Sonic 3 does it with Hidden Palace, but Hidden Palace isn't, like, there's not a lot to it. It's really there for storytelling and, like, a boss. So I think that's not as troublesome. I mean, I guess it's not troublesome in this case either. It is in some of those other instances. What the hell? For a second, I thought that was where I needed to go. I guess I need to take the elevator? Oh, but there's another elevator. I'm going to assume that this elevator takes me back, but isn't this where the last flicky is? Oh, I hate this. Why would you have not picked up immediately? Oh. Ugh. You're all here, right? Okay. You're joking. Okay. I thought for sure I'd hit the invincibility first. Hey, Riley. Oh, this is a long-ass conveyor. Thanks for stalling so my invincibility wears off. I appreciate that. That's another thing that every classic Sonic game can go fuck itself on. Is how often they give you invincibility or speed shoes in a situation where they're going to run off before they're actually useful. Or sometimes they give them to you in positions where they're just detrimental. They love doing that shit, and I fucking hate it. Bow, 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 bow. I just realized there was no cutscene at the beginning of this game. The Genesis version has a cutscene that explains to you that, like, what is it, that Sonic's here on vacation and it just so happens that Eggman's here terrorizing the Flickies or something like that? And they have the, like, the Flickies have the ability to go to the, like, take you to the special stages or something like that? There's all this lore in the Genesis version, and that wasn't here. I only just realized that. Okay. Am I going this way, or am I taking the conveyor? Yeah, they reuse the music from this stage, which is also reused as Twinkle Park in Sonic Adventure. Which I feel is more fitting, if I'm being completely honest. Okay. I'm gonna die, yep. No, I was thinking about... It was because of the world map, and I was thinking, like, why is Eggman here? Like, why is he capturing the Flickies? What makes them better than just the other, like, ordinary animals that he's been using to fuel his machines all this time? And then I remembered that I'm pretty sure they talk about that at the beginning of the game, but they didn't do that here. These turrets can really go fuck themselves. Eek. Oh. Wait, why did it take me... Oh, no, we're doing the Sonic Labyrinth shit again with the unhinged doors? I hate it. I'm fine, this game's fun. It's maybe, like, I'm ready for it to be over. But I think that's just because these 4 stages have all been the same. Dude, this might be one of the more heavily trapped Eggman bases. Oh yeah. I saw in one of that guy's videos that there's, like, a tunnel here, but there's, like, no visual indicator, aside from the fence I'm now seeing. Like, the border of the area kind of, like, highlights it. But I don't know if I would have picked up on that if it wasn't for that guy's video. Big. He's just... That's not even a Death Egg robot. That's just legitimately a giant Eggman. Dude, I hate that running into the turret causes damage. That makes me unhappy. What the fuck is this? It's a miracle. Oh, come on. Did I roll through him and hit the projectile on the other side? Is that what just happened? If that hit me, I would have screamed. You have no idea. I would have been like, that's it. I'm not continuing this game. Something mean. That one enemy placement in Panic Puppet. Oh, that would have sucked. I wonder where that would have sent me. You bitch. Ugh. Oh. I did it. Alright. Bosses. We have a Panic Puppet boss, and we have a final boss, because Chaos Emeralds. Anytime. Oh, he's just going. Is there, like, something else I gotta do here? Because aren't there... There's, like, a light on his shoulder. I remember this. Ah! I see. That hitbox is a little fiddly. So it's when you run out of range of the arms, he just starts bombing the shit out of everything. Oh! Did I actually hit him? I think I did, but it didn't play the sound effect. What a bitch. What a just absolute bitch. Okay. Wow, that was awful. Are you racing tonight, Riley? I would assume. Or are lobbies still too sweaty? They are pretty sweaty. Oh, this sucks. I don't like this. Nope, I don't like this at all. Okay, I've got it. I've got the read. I was actually going to encourage you, if the lobbies are still being really sweaty and you're getting tired of it, that you should bust out that Origins collection. Don't grab them all. That would be... Oh, I already hate this. Oh, I hate it. It's just like... Oh. Oh, no. Oh, we just hit the cockpit now. I think? The hitbox is fiddly? Maybe not? It feels like I should. Maybe I still have to wait for the light to be active, but it doesn't matter which side I hit it from? I don't know. Something weird's going on here. That was very strange. Because I still had to wait for the opening, but... the cockpit was completely... not undefended. Oh no, ads! Bad timing is bad. Oh, this looks completely different. Holy shit. I mean, it's the same boss, but... in... the Genesis version, aren't you just kind of in space? Like, it's just kind of a... you're just kind of, like, floating? I should not have grabbed all of those rings. Yeah, there's all this extra shit here, where I think it's just, like, the platform in the Genesis version. In just, like, a void. Meringues. Oh, well, I'm fucked. Oh, the missiles. I was gonna say, I don't remember this part. You cock. I remember this little stuff, like, yeah, you're like, I think completely safe here? What? How? Strong disagree. Okay, don't take all the rings this time. You have to do, what, like 2 laps of this shit? Also, the platforms are displaying over the rings, which is incorrect. Oh! I got a little too wrapped up in gotta go fast. Please. Well, the upside is due to that death, people watching ads didn't miss anything. So, you're welcome. God damn it. I gotta stop doing that. The window is so small that I don't want to risk missing it. Yeah, I think you're completely safe here. Fuck. Am I safe back here? I guess we'll find out. Nope. Yeah, but it's still a good habit I want to be in. I'm the worst player to ever play this game. Okay. Why did the ring immediately disappear? What? How? Is there also, like, a bottom part and a top part, and you have to hit the top part here? Why? That's so needlessly mean. Okay. I feel like I should only take one ring. Even though that increases the chance of it just disappearing like that for no reason. Might be one of my, like, least favorite things with, like, classic Sonic games in particular, is I think the ring system is a very elegant solution to what I fucking hate about 2D Mario games, where, oh, you made a mistake? Do it over! Like, I think the ring system is a compelling alternative, but there's a lot of cases where you drop your rings and then they just disappear, and you, like, can't get them back. I'm lucky that none of those hitboxes were persisting. So the tricky part with this safe spot is you kind of have to, like, get out in time to actually hit him. So I'm gonna, like, wait for that one to pass, jump out, do that. Why is this already here? That was weird. Alright. Rings. Do you have to do 2 or 3 laps of this final boss? I don't remember. Because if it's 2, I might as well just take all of the rings, right? I kind of feel like it's 3, though. I'm gonna take a chance. You're fucking joking. What? Like, it's such a small window, and then you're also gonna make it... Also, is he popping in after every shot? Oh, interesting. You don't have to wait another 3. Okay. I wouldn't even say it's that hard, to be completely honest. Okay. It's the rings disappear. Like, where... Didn't I have 3 rings? Where did they all go? Like, that's the shit that makes it hard. It's, like, artificially hard. Otherwise, it's a lot of hurry up and wait, which is not great. I do think this might be 3 laps, so I think I may have screwed myself. Like, I would say Sonic 2's final boss is harder. Personally. Oh, it is only 2 laps. Let's go. Yeah. Which that wasn't even the win condition. All I had to do was beat. Was my final score 66.99.00? Dude. Nice. Sonic, you're supposed to go away from the light. That is not what the island looked like at all. That's the guy we were reading about. Oh, that's right. This was mentioned on the site. That's a pose. I'm sorry, it looks like he's just asking someone to pull his finger. Ding. Oh, it's actually like the theme from the title screen, but with lyrics. That's neat. How am I gonna rate this game? First of all, let's note that I did play the Saturn version. I don't think that's gonna make a difference. I think any issues I take with this game, or things I like about it, I think are the same between the two versions. And I think it kind of balances out. I think we mentioned this the other day when we started playing this, that this game has, the Saturn version has more graphical polish, which is cool. Although I didn't notice it as much as we got further into the game. It was like earlier in the game that I was like, oh cool, there's rain and fog, and tiles are like unsteady and shift under your weight as you run by, and the bridge reacts to your weight, and like there's a bunch of cool stuff like that early on. But then I do think the Genesis version soundtrack is way better, so I think it balances out. This soundtrack did have some moments, like there was some good stuff, but it did feel a little out of place at times. I'm gonna remember that Spring Stadium track for forever. That was so wacky. And I think I like these special stages more. The 3D, the Genesis special stages are kind of shallow. I don't know. They lack a lot of personality. This one nails that, like, 90s geometric design aesthetic that they use in a lot of other Sonic games, whereas the ones in the Genesis game are just like, you're on a bridge over a valley filled with water. And it's just, they're just very, meh. They're fine. They're not bad. I don't dislike them, but I think they're kind of boring, both visually and mechanically. These were, like, pretty tough because visibility kind of sucks, but I think I think I do like these special stages better. But I would probably still play the Genesis version over this version. In most cases. Just because of the soundtrack, I think. But as far as the core gameplay goes, I don't think there was any differences. I think it felt the same. You know what? While we finish talking about this, here's an idea. Huh? Oh, because I have to change the core. The simulator sucks. BizHawk, you can just point it to a game and it just knows what to do, which is kind of nice. Just because I want the easy listening. I guess Saturn is more easy listening, but you know what I mean. Oh god, it's like 72 resolution. Real player looking ass. This is also Sonic 3D's Blast. That's weird grammar. I don't know. Doesn't matter, but actually, the Saturn graphics are a lot more, like, desaturated? I always mix up which way is which. This is a lot brighter, which I didn't really notice in the moment. I don't know if I have a preference between the two. Honestly, I might say the Saturn version looked better, but I think the sound's better. So, you know. Sega's music artists don't get paid enough. They probably get paid more than you realize, but I get what you're saying. They rarely miss. It sounds like I'm being overly harsh, but I think I'm going to give the game a 3.5 out of 5. Keeping in mind that with the way I rate games, I don't use the American education system way of rating things. So like a 3.5 out of 5 would be what? Like a 7 out of 10? Which to a lot of people, you'd think 7 out of 10 is really harsh, that's like an unplayable experience. And that's not true. I think 7 is just kind of like, it's good, but it's not like really good. It's above average. I think that's the way it should be looked at. 5 out of 10 is like average. It didn't do anything special, but it didn't do anything bad. It's just very middle of the road. So I think 7's fine. I think that's fair. Again, it seems harsh. I haven't given a lot of things 4s so far. I've given a lot of things 3s, and I think this is better than the 3s. I like it. It's funny, this game has aged very strangely. Because I didn't really think that much of it as a kid. Like, I don't remember thinking, like, oh, it's so janky to control or anything like that. Just it kind of didn't resonate with me. Like, it was just fine. I didn't really care one way or the other about it, I guess. And then I tried to play it a couple years after that, and I was like, this game fucking sucks. It's impossible to control. I hate it. And then I played it again in, like, another 10 years, and I was like, yo, this game fucks. Hold on. It's kind of amazing how it's aged like that. It's aged better than it has any right to have. Is that my positive? It's aged well? I don't know if I like that as a positive. Because that seems, again, backhanded compliment. I guess I could have just gone to the sound test, because then I could have swapped between musics. It's fine. I think 3.5 is good. I'm content with that. That puts it like on par with like Sonic R and Tails Adventure and Pocket Adventure, and I think that's it. I think that's fair. I like it, but it's not like, you know, it's not Sonic 3. Yeah, I was actually thinking of Rusty Ruin. But Diamond Dust is also a thing. Hey, it's in Generations. It's like the normal version. It's not even... I think that's the only song from 3D Blast in there. There's a remix of the Saturn's title screen, and then there's just the normal version of Diamond Dust. Whoops. Not even Act 2. Fucks. I think I am going to go with something nice that it's aged well. I kind of don't like that, but I can't really pinpoint anything else that I'm like, oh, I really like this. I think it ultimately comes down to, I like that they tried something different, and that it works. It's just like a nice little standalone experience that's just kind of like a different kind of thing, and it's not really Sonic, but that's fine. But it's still fun. It still works. But I think I can wrap that up as it's aged well. Surprisingly well. I feel like there's a lot of Sonic games that are better than they have any right to be. Like, as far as, like, side games go. And then with the main games, there's a lot of games that are like, this is way worse than it should be. It's weird. Sonic's weird, man. Something mean. I want to say that, like, it's that platforming is impossible, but how often does that come up? Like, 5 times? There's, like, 2 moments in Rusty Ruin. There's, like, 2 or 3 moments in Rusty Ruins that you have to, like, jump across platforms. And I think in most of the cases, they have a spring there that you can use to get past it. And then there was that shit in Gene Gadget and Panic Puppet with, like, the slope and the moving platform on it that you had to, like, precariously platform to, and, like, that was terrible. But ultimately, that is such a small part of the game. I think saying that that's the negative is unfair. Because it doesn't happen enough for it to be a problem. I mean, it sucked, but it wasn't, like, experience ruining. So I think it's unfair to say that that's the problem. I think... I don't even want to say unwieldy controls, because they're not that bad. They're bad under, like, 2 contexts. One is platforming, which, again, is, like, barely an issue. I think the really bad thing is when, and this only happened like twice in my playthrough. But where it really hurts is when you're in a situation where you're like in a quote-unquote room and you're trapped between like 4 traps trying to destroy you, and you keep dropping your flickies. Picking them back up at that point is really awful. Like, really awful. There's definitely there's a chance that flickies can get lost in a way that you're gonna have a very frustrating time trying to get them back. And thankfully that only happened like twice for me. But I do think those were like some of the more frustrating moments. So would I sum that up as like chasing flickies is the downside? Like that's the bad thing? Maybe losing flickies in bad positions, in bad places? This is Spring Stadium? Or are these out of order? Because this seems very much not Spring Stadium. It is out of order. This is Spring Stadium. What was this one? Was that Gene Gadget, maybe? And that was supposed to be earlier in the game? That would make sense, because why are they both right next to each other? Like, why are Gene Gadget and Panic Puppet right next to each other in the game? That would have made sense if one of them was supposed to be earlier on. Even like I think Spring Stadium was the one music track that I like better than the Genesis version. Not counting the special stage. Where was I? Downside. How would I phrase this? Precarious flicky chases? I'm trying to think of a way to put it concisely, but also in a way that when you read it, you understand what it means. I don't want to come back to the list in like 2 years and be like, what the fuck did I mean by that? PC load letter. I think it says a lot for the game that I'm having such a difficult time narrowing down, like, the good thing and the bad thing. I don't... Aged surprisingly well. Would I rather say, like, aged like wine? Because I almost think that this game is better now than when it came out. So I think I want to say aged like wine. Like, I think it might have actually gotten better with age. bum, 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 bum. I never noticed that the rings play in alternating channels. Is that how they make it sound like it's a different sound effect? That's interesting. Because I always thought that there's multiple ring sound effects, and that's why it sounds different as you're picking up a chain of them, and it's not just repeating the same sound. I guess it's that they alternate channels. That's interesting. I guess I'm gonna wrap up something mean as unwieldy controls. It's more complicated than that, but I don't have that much room to fully explain it. Unless I want to sum it up as precarious flicky chases. Because I do think that's when it's at its worst. When you lose one in a position where there's like a spike trap over there and a turret over there and a spring over there, and it's just like, oh god. What do I do? I think that really is where it's at its worst. And that has the potential to happen more than unwieldy platforming. Maybe not precarious flicky chasing? Unwieldy flicky chasing? I feel like I'm still summing that up in a weird way. Ooh, I forgot about this one. I don't even know what stage that is, but I forgot this one exists. That's the special stage. Yeah, the special stage music in the Saturn version fucked. Erratic flicky movement. I don't know if it's that so much. I mean, the red one sucks because it's bouncing. Because it's more dependent on, like, where you lose them than the way they move. But you are right that they kind of move in an unpredictable manner, which can be... I mentioned at one point that they don't... Is that it? Flickies don't want to be saved. Sometimes flickies don't want to be saved. I think that wraps it up pretty well, actually. Because there's so many elements that go into why that's frustrating. It's not just the controls. It's not just the stage design. It's not just the way flickies move. It's not just the enemies and obstacles. Like, I think that wraps it up well, because... Or sums it up well. Even though it sounds sarcastic, like, they actually, as a living being, do not want you to save them. And it's not necessarily that. They do, but I feel like they're pretty subtle, aside from the red one jumping everywhere. It's the boss music, right? And also boss music? Credits, probably? Okay, that's just from Sonic 3. What the fuck is this music in here for? Hold on. Why is this here? When does No Way play in this game? Other than locking it on with Sonic and Knuckles, which I assume it would just pull the music file from Sonic and Knuckles. Okay, that's just from Sonic 3. So yeah, some of the chimes they just used from Sonic 3. Okay. I feel like this might be a mistake. I think I'm still gonna pivot to Sonic 3. And do a Knuckles playthrough. I think that's the play. We might have to go a little overtime for that, especially because his is a little bit more difficult. But I still think that's the play. Oh, that's right. There's not a fucking Twitch category for Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Why is there a category for the movie? Oh wait, there is a category for Sonic 3 and Knuckles. There's just no one follows it, so it's still probably just better to use Sonic 3 for the category. Oh fuck, I think there's a skunk outside. Rest of your room, it's a bop. That'll do while we take a quick break and get everything switched over. Uno momento, please, favor. What is it? Hold on. Por favor, alejado de los... Before, what is the whole... Oh, fuck, I can't remember it. I'm trying to remember the thing from Disney World, which is the only phrase of Spanish I know. Por favor, manténgase alejado de los puertos. That's not what I'm looking for here, but it's the only thing I know, and I'm not saying. I forgot the manténganse part. The rest was intact. I wonder if they still play that. So when I was a kid, I had gone to Disney World several times with my parents, and we always just thought it was interesting that on the monorail, whenever it's like getting ready to depart, the system would play the voice line, "Please stand clear of the doors. Por favor, manténgase alejado de las puertas." And we were always just like, you know, as a dumb kid who didn't fucking know what Spanish was, I was just like, what's that? And then many years later, I found out that they put that shit on t-shirts because it's honestly a brilliant move. Unfortunately, I don't think I have that shirt anymore. I think it was one of the many that just got too many holes in it, and I had to get rid of it, which was sad. I liked that shirt. Okay, no more 3D Blast. 'Twas a good run. 'Twas a good fun run. Am I gonna have to adjust the audio again? I think so. That's a little loud. Oh, that's in emulator. Hold on. Actually, no, soundtrack fucks, but I enjoy being able to hear myself think. Real quick bathroom break. A real quick bathroom. They should sell Sonic shirts with fuckers on. How did that mistranslation even happen? What's the Spanish word for, like, dash? Google Translate is now available in 110 new languages? How many languages are there? Sonic. You got a Sonic song stuck in your head? Wow, that's a tongue. Sonic song stuck. That's a... Oh, we drifting. Hold on. Didn't I fix this? I guess I fixed it for the other platform. That will be Tails if we ever go back to it. Yes. Oh, it only shows the cutscene at the beginning of Sonic and Knuckles, doesn't it? I was like, where's the cutscene at? Excuse me? What's happening? I forgot the thing. You got a Sonic song stuck in your head, you don't know which one, but you think Hydrosity. Well, we're about to find out. 'Tis a good one. I'm not gonna go for perfects. It isn't necessary. So for those that don't know, Knuckles' story in Sonic 3 is supposed to be post-game, I believe? He's kind of like doing cleanup, and there's this like rogue egg robo that's causing trouble. I believe that's the context of what's going on here. As a kid, I always thought it was happening at the same time as Sonic's story, which doesn't make sense. There's a lot of contradictions there. I believe it makes a lot more sense for it to be considered post-game. Post-events of Sonic 3, that is. Whoop. Doesn't Origins lock your control here? Like, it just forces it to be a cutscene? It's kind of weird. I wonder why. Because I feel like it's not even on screen long enough for the player to fuck up and accidentally die trying to kill it. Like, it's... The chances of that happening seem pretty slim. But maybe that's a thing. Maybe in playtesting, kids kept, like, dying on that boss and being like, this game's impossible. I feel like I'd have a hard time trying to die on that boss. Unless I went in with no rings. Why do they let Knuckles skip half of Carnival Night, but he still has to do all of Sandopolis? That's just diabolical. Like, what's going on? Oh yeah, I guess the time trial for this was 2 minutes. Like, I was pretty close. Yeah, I'm coming. Amy or Miku? Should I... Sorry, side thought. There's a hack of Sonic 3 that makes Amy playable that I always wanted to play, but I think the other emulator I was using, like, couldn't run it. Like, it just crashed. I wonder if it works on this emulator. That could be kind of fun. Anyway, Amy always needs more love, so the question is... the answer is always Amy. Leave Miku to the Fortnite kids. Okay. I thought I was safe. What an asshole. How dare you? Oh, the ramp is fucking everything up. Skirt. Which I guess you can just play as Amy in Sonic 3 and Origins now, but still. Suddenly game hard because Knuckles. Yeah, I don't know why it sent me in that direction. That was weird. Alright, Riley, moment of truth. Oh. Invincibility's a hell of a drug. And yeah, the background is all, like, stony. In the beta, it was all, like, forest. Kinda interesting. They made it more, like, ruin-like. Bitch. Man, I think it sucks about Angel Island 2 for Knuckles is that I don't think there were any special stage rings. Maybe I just didn't find them, but I think all the ones you would ordinarily find, he just doesn't have access to. I'm still mad that they didn't put Amy in Sonic Mania Plus. Like, I'm still mad about that. It's so weird that she's just not in that game at all. I kind of get it, because I think they saw an opportunity to bring Mighty and Ray back, and they took it, which is kind of fair, but... No, she's not in it at all. She doesn't even make a cameo. Like, there might be like a billboard in Studiopolis that shows her or something, but other than that... Why is there a checkpoint there? The stage just started. Like, even if you die, you're gonna go back to, like, a couple of feet before the checkpoints. It's weird. I hate those guys. Is there not a special stage over here? I thought there was. Nope, I think I'm remembering incorrectly. Oh, ads. I'm probably just gonna keep going in this case. It's just Sonic 3. Yeah, you've all seen Sonic 3 before. He tried. That didn't matter anyway. This is the one I was thinking of. Yeah, you'd think she would have showed up in Stardust Speedway, but she doesn't. She's just completely absent. And I don't think it was a thing that, like, Sega was like, no, you can't use her, because a couple of years later, they started putting her in everything anyway. I was just thinking about that line, because I do like her classic design a lot. It's tough, because, like, so this kind of goes back to what I said about one point doing a character tier list, but I feel like that's difficult to do because they kind of change on a per-game basis. So I'd kind of have to do it at the end of the marathon. And she's, like, one of the biggest ones. Her writing used to be really, really bad. And I would argue that Classic Amy almost has better writing because of the fact that she wasn't in a lot of the classic games to begin with, so she was very shallow. And then they recently started giving her more development with, like, Origins and Superstars. But since it's so recent, it's, like, pretty good. I think modern Amy has a lot of potential, they just haven't really hit it in the games yet. They do a little bit in the comics, but that's kind of like, while the events are canon, it's kind of like supplementary material. Not everyone's gonna read them, so I feel like I can only half count that as being a thing until they hit a point in the games where it's like, wow, you made Amy really good in this game. Which hopefully they do someday. I mean, in Frontiers, it was already better. It's just she's in a bad position in Frontiers because she can't really do anything. Like, Tails, Amy, and Knuckles all have pretty good writing in Frontiers, but it's also, like, they're stuck in cyberspace, so they kind of can't, like, interact with anything on their own, which kind of restricts what they're capable of doing. I think we were talking yesterday that I still think a cool idea is, like, if they do, like, Frontiers 2, to make it kind of like Adventure 3-esque, and maybe have all the characters off doing, like, their own adventure, but they also, like, wind up getting swept up in something that is connected with the other characters. Excuse me? Like, give them an opportunity to grow as characters, and then it winds up that they get swept up in the main story anyway, even though they're in, like, completely different parts of the world. What if you, like... I feel like they could potentially do, like, Sonic Adventure 3, Sonic Unleashed 2, and Sonic Frontiers 2 all in one go. Like, what if they're all spread about the world and they're in different nations, like in Unleashed? So they could have Amy be in, like, Spagonia or something. And then whatever Eggman winds up being, like, a worldwide thing, so they wound up getting roped in anyway without even knowing that that's, like, what Sonic's up to anyway. Because I don't think giving them all their own games is a great idea. at this point in time. I feel like the last couple Sonic games have been, like, overall good. Like above average. But I also still feel like we're mid-revival at this point in time. And doing anything too ambitious, like saying we're making a Tails game, a Knuckles game, and an Amy game is just going to not be a good idea. I feel like they'd be spreading themselves thin. And what we would wind up getting is 3 games that are undercooked. So I think it would be better to do it in the context of an adventure game. Or something similar to Frontiers, where there's, like, 4 islands, and they're like, okay, let's split up. I'm actually getting a little antsy in that regard. Like, because I think... Have they outright said that their, like, Frontiers 2 is a thing? I'm eager to know what's next. I think we just hit the year anniversary of Shadow Generations, so that's now been out for a year. Frontiers has been out for what, like 3 years? So I'm curious, like, especially after reading the comics. Like, I'm curious to see where they're going next. Are they gonna explore the fact that Shadow canonically was on the Starfall Islands in the event of... during the events of Frontiers? Like, how is that gonna lead into anything? Are they gonna pursue, like... We now know after Shadow Generations that Maria had a little sister. Like, are they gonna explore that at all? Like, where's that gonna come into play? How involved is Sage going to be moving forward? That's something really curious with the comics, is that, as far as I read, they're not caught up to Frontiers yet. So Sage doesn't exist in the comics yet. Why do I always jump off of that one like an idiot? It's always the wrong move, and I always do it. And I think something, going back on what I was saying, is... if you have the characters split up amongst, like, all out across the world, then you could just have Knuckles be on Angel Island, like, going through some of these past locations, which would be pretty cool. And that's kind of what they did for Frontiers, and that's, like, how he gets involved, is they did that animated short that shows that he was exploring the island, and he found one of the, like, spires from Frontiers, and that, like, warped him into cyberspace and brought him to the island by complete accident. So that's another thing. Like, obviously there's... Is there a cyberspace on Angel Island? Dude, there's so many questions. It's such an exciting time to be a Sonic fan, I think. Because not only are the games good, but, like, the writing is getting good. Unfortunately, we're probably gonna have to wait another year for, like, the mainline game, because I think it's intended that this year's release is Rumble? And Crossworlds, technically. I do still need emeralds. Oh, there was the gacha boss. I forgot entirely about that, but that's still, like, not... Obviously, the character isn't there. But there is, like, a weird mini Amy or something there. I completely forgot about that boss. Which I think most people did. It's a pretty underwhelming boss. Not one of the stronger ones in that game, I don't think. I thought when you said it, isn't she a part of a boss battle, like, that she was present for the boss battle? I was like, no, that's not a thing. Jump, please? Thank you. Do-do-do-do-do. But I don't know, I guess both Amy designs are good in different ways. Fuck. Oh my god, those things are just always in the way, and for some reason I never react to them properly. Dawn Airs tonight? I think you've mentioned that before, or I've heard it mentioned elsewhere before. But I don't know what they are. Sounds familiar. Originated in Nova Scotia. Get them anywhere in Canada. At first I thought it was like a brand. Like a restaurant you ordered from or something, but... They're like heroes. Okay, I gotcha. I don't gotcha. My brain is defaulting, so they're sandwiches. Which is probably more complicated than that, but... Oh, is that what heroes are? I've never had one. So is there like a traditional way to, like, as far as like the filling goes, like, or is it something that you can kind of get them anyway? Bitch. See, why did all of my rings disappear? Well, no, I mean, like, if you just... Like, if you go to a burger place and order a burger, you're probably, like, without any specification, you're probably gonna get, like, burger, cheese, lettuce, tomato. What's, like, the default expected way of them being prepared? Or is it something where you can kind of custom order them? Which I guess you can do that anyway. Bitch. I think I said half of that in the time it took you to look it up, Dan. No, I don't want to see results closer to me, Google. Shut the fuck up. God. Google, like, is it official? Am I having the moment where it's like, I don't want to use Google anymore? Because, like, 50% of the time you bring it up and it asks, do you want results closer to you? No, shut the fuck up. Stop trying to dox me. And then the other 50% of the time they're like, hey, we have a new AI mode. Do you want to use that? No, shut the fuck up. I just want to know what the answer for the question I put in the search bar is. Dick. This silence is making that feel like more of a severe anger problem. Why did my controller stop working? Why is this a thing? Why does technology suck? Alright, anyway. Pita sandwich with seasoned ground meat, usually beef, tomato, onions, and signature sweet garlic sauce. Originating in Halifax, Nova Scotia. I have no idea if that's how you're supposed to say Halifax. Variation of the Turkish doner kebab. It's known for its sweet and tangy sauce, often made with condensed or evaporated milk, sugar, garlic powder, and vinegar. So it's not the kind of thing where you can be like, I want a doner with chicken and cheese this time. Like, it's just they kind of come just the one way. There it is. That's what Riley ate. The only thing I'm iffy on is the tomato. I don't really like tomato in a lot of cases. Every now and then I find something where I'm like, this works, but it's not very often. Yeah, that was one thing it didn't specify, is it has, like... Isn't that what shawarma is, too? Is the vertically shaved meat? It didn't say that, but I could see that in the picture. Oh yeah, but I guess I should have Googled heroes too, because I thought they were like subs. Now I'm realizing I've been wrong for probably 30 years. Well, you said that they're traditional, but you didn't say what was in them, so... Yeah, I'm just saying I should have also looked up what heroes are. Just didn't think of it. Oh, I still need these? Shit. I think it's the last one, isn't it? It does look tasty. Again, I'm not sure about the tomato. But I guess, like, if I were to make something like that, I'd probably dice the tomato and the onion pretty small, so that it probably wouldn't bother me. This is a really shitty boss with Knuckles, because if you die, that checkpoint there, like, doesn't give you any rings. So it's just kind of like, good luck, nerd. Solution, don't die. Yeah, I'm sure you could probably just say hold the tomato. And yeah, of course no one's gonna judge you. Tomato's disgusting. And everyone knows it. It's so weird that... I wonder why they decided that he's not gonna have to do all of Carnival Night. Do you think that was a problem that at some point in the stage, he just couldn't scale it correctly, like, because he can't jump as high? And they were just kind of like, just cut it. We don't have time. I mean, that is one thing with Tomato, is realistically, in a lot of cases, you're not going to really notice it. Especially when it's, like, diced. Like, I think the last time I got tacos from HelloFresh, they had, like, a... I didn't mean to do that. Like a salsa on top that... Or, like a pico de gallo, and it was fine. I have you already. My aversion to tomatoes comes from the fact that I lived with someone once who basically, whenever they made like a tomato sauce or something, they didn't dice the tomatoes very well. So there's always these really big chunks of it. And they did the same thing with onions, and that's why I didn't like onions for the longest time. I remember one time they made pizza, like, from scratch, which is impressive, don't get me wrong, but the sauce just, like, imagine biting into a piece of pizza and you just get, like, an inch large piece of tomato or onion in it. You're gonna be like, ew, what the fuck? In the sauce. Obviously, if you order the pizza with onions on it, it's a little bit different. Oh. Just a whole tomato slice underneath the cheese on the pizza. It wasn't that bad, but it was jarring, because, like, you don't expect it to be there, right? I think the onion was the more offensive one. Because basically what they did is they just made spaghetti sauce and then they stuck it on a pizza, which is not how it works. Someone should, like, some musicians should make a channel that's dedicated to what if it was a different artist putting their music in Sonic 3 as Ice Cap. Like, just take other music tracks from the same time and remix them as Ice Cap Zone. I can't glide. You could probably do it with Carnival Night, too, just because why not? And, like, the credits music. Fast. Oh, I found the hidden area with the 48 rings and the giant ring. Which I knew was there, I just fail at getting there sometimes. I miss how you were a lot easier in the beta. I mean, it doesn't matter, because I'm super, but this boss sucks. I have a friend I could give that idea to, that dabbles in music. You might have fun with it. Okay. I was trying really hard to not push left. I don't know if that's gonna work. Isn't it impossible? I have to not go this way. Yeah, it's impossible. I'd have to go a different way. Oh, you bitch. That was close. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. What a dick. I haven't pushed anything other than down to roll into a ball in like a minute. Not actually, but... React bad. Never quite understood why they put a water and a lightning shield there, because I feel like... Why would you want the water shield? For starters. Okay. But also, I feel like a lot of people are gonna have a hard time even... Oh, you motherfucker. Even getting the water shield intentionally. Okay, fine. Fine! Yeah, see, they were more like salmon-colored in the beta. They made them more like orange. Well, aren't you a bitch? You're still chasing me, are you? Good and cheap, you think you'll be getting them more often? Yeah, cheap food is always good. Especially when it's, like, cheap and good. That was, like, the dumbest sentence I've ever uttered. You know what I mean? Fuck! What am I doing? My rings! How dare you? Okay, I don't want to be here. Diggity, diggity. Diggity, 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 diggity. Oh, okay. I fucked that pretty hard. I think it was that, like, last week that I made those stuffed peppers, and those were kind of, like, easy to throw together, like, surprisingly easy to throw together. You think, like, conceptually, stuffed peppers would be like, oh, that's probably gonna be a pain in the ass, but it was actually not bad, and it was, like, pretty cheap. Especially because, so, I made them because my mom asked me to. Because someone she works with was like, hey, I'd like to try stuffed peppers. Has he ever made stuffed peppers? And I was like, yeah, I'll make stuffed peppers, fuck it. But similar to what we were just talking about, they don't like onion because of the texture. So I didn't use an onion, I used dried minced onion, which cut back on the prep time by a lot. So that was kind of nice. All I had to do was, like, have the peppers. That was pretty much it. Technically haven't pushed left yet. No! It's so difficult to do that, like, intentionally. You don't realize how frequently you use it just to kind of, like, baby your jumps so that you don't go too far. I had no momentum. That was weird. You didn't see anything wrong with my sentence? I used good with two different definitions. Is kind of where it went awry. Because I think I said that cheap food is always good, but, like, good quality-wise isn't true. Because you said that they were, like, cheap and good. And I was saying that that's a good thing, not that their quality-wise is... That's where it fell to pieces, and my brain screeched to a halt, and I went, wait, what the fuck did I just say? Oh. Do. What I meant to say is that good, cheap food is, in fact, a good thing. An agreeable thing. Boing. God, there are enough water shields? I mean, they're useful, so... It's not like the other one that was like, why is this here? Sorry, my nose itches. Give me a second. Yeah, I was trying to substitute a different word for the second good, whereas I should have sacrificed the first and said, yeah, cheap and tasty food is good. That makes more sense. What can you do? Cool, 1 ring to fight this monster. Son of a bitch. I took the gamble, and I shouldn't have done it. Yeah, I know that's what you meant. It's just the way I was saying it was coming out as, did you even take English courses in school? Like... I'm gonna disagree with that, but then we're just gonna keep moving, and we're not gonna worry about it. You fucking asshole bitch. Nah. This is not good and I don't like it. Let's abort. You motherfucker. You absolute bitch snack. I don't know what that means, but I said it and it's in the canon now. It's funny how this boss is an absolute joke with Sonic. And it's actually kind of a dickhole as Knuckles. Yeah, you thought I was gonna fall for that bait. Get the fuck out of here. I almost fell into it again, but... Oh, you don't even get the fucking music? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. What a scam. Wow, so Knuckles never hears Big Arm, does he? Because they play Doomsday for Mecha Sonic, I think. That sucks. That's ass. How could you just hold the best song in the game ransom like that? Oh. Okay, maybe not the best song in the game, but one of the best boss themes ever made. Oh! You're kidding. Why do they sometimes just not bounce? It's so annoying. Well. Oh, you fucking... Not that it's gonna matter. Do 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 do. Oh, you bitch. No! This boss sucks. I don't think it's really been mentioned yet that Knuckles is kind of a hard mode. Which is more or less why I didn't know how long this was going to take tonight. In theory, his mode is a lot shorter, but... maybe not in theory. But technically, in actual, like, stage length. Oh, do you still have Race Park stuff to get? I probably will take off tomorrow if you want to try to do some Race Park stuff. I'll probably cook when I get up, and then it'll just be gaming night. I was gonna say, does he not do this part? I thought he was gonna grab me out of that. I thought for sure. Why does that pod fuck off the way it does? That sounds about right, Riley. If I cook, which I probably will. I think the only if there is, like, so the plan is, like, I need to get groceries, and I don't feel like it. But if I do, I'm gonna get the stuff to make more stuffed peppers, and then I'll probably just make those tomorrow night. I'm already feeling like there's a chance that I'm not going to do groceries tonight, though, because I don't feel like it. Because, you know, I have so much else to do when I'm not streaming. There's also the chance that I'll just decide not to do it because I'll want to stream, because I mentioned yesterday that that's very much been a thing lately, where I'm just kind of like, nah, I'd rather just stream, I think. Like, I keep acknowledging to myself, hey, self, you should probably, like, you know, be taking days off so that you don't burn out, and then even on nights where I'm like, okay, I'm gonna take tonight off, I wake up and I'm like, no, I want to play Sonic, man. What am I going to do if I take the night off? I'm just going to sit here. Watch streams. Play video games. And especially when I was having sleeping trouble, it would have just been me, like, borderline conked out in my chair. So it's like, I might as well just fucking stream. Now, I may have done pretty good finding the special stages with Sonic. I don't expect to find enough with Knuckles. Okay. I feel like every time I do a playthrough with Knuckles, I try to, like, look around and explore and find more, and I just never do. Okay. Fat lot of good that did. Ding ding. Don't you fucking dare. What a weird boss. Why do you think this happens? Where if you're standing right next to a monitor, instead of playing their victory pose, they just start running in place. Like, what do you think is going wrong in the coding to make that happen? Because it's, like, consistent. You can duplicate that very easily. I'm sure this conversation's been had. When I was a kid, I thought that the seasons were changing in this stage. And only, like, in the time I've been streaming have I noticed it's because the machine at the end is sucking the life out of everything. And I'm curious how many people... where the line lies. Like, are there a lot of people that think it's just the season changing, or was I a complete idiot for 30 years? Bitch. Hey, I found one. Make it too close to the edge of the screen so your blocks on the screen to put... I don't... Maybe, but I don't think so, because I don't think you have to be at the side of the screen to make that work. Okay, good. I was like, can I pause right now? Sakura Celestiu, welcome in. I'm sorry, I do not speak a lick of Spanish. Oh, what have I done? Okay, I speak that one line that I learned from Disney World. It's the only Spanish I know. I'm looking at chat. I'm getting in trouble. Aww. Do I have that in my tags? I do, right? English, yes, okay. Not that I'm implying that anyone did anything wrong. It's just make sure I have my bases covered there because I don't want to mislead anyone. I remember in the early YouTube days, I was kind of like, I want to learn how to say, I'm sorry I don't speak that language, but welcome in like, every language, but then I think someone pointed out that, like, that might just confuse them further, and it's probably not worth the trouble. I don't know how I feel about that. Maybe it doesn't happen often enough, and it's easy enough on Twitch to just have the tag there to explain it. Happened on YouTube a lot, though. Stage is the last one you got to on Origins, only because it's good. Probably because of these things. We're probably like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with those? The fucking barrels in Carnival Night get such a bad rap for being confusing, but I feel like those pulleys are kind of confusing too. Not, like, impossible to figure out confusing or anything, but... Was Origins only the first time you had played these, Alexander? I'm surprised by that. I'm bad. I'm just bad. I mean, I guess I don't know how old you are, so maybe you just didn't grow up. I was under the impression we were similarly aged, so... I guess I just assumed that you also grew up with them. Oh, ads are playing, so I should probably pause for a second. And maybe get a snack, because I'm kinda hungry. And we still have a ways to go, especially because I'm gonna have to backtrack to get emeralds, because I'm bad. CD I understand, because that was, like, kind of not super available in a lot of places. Oh, you're a little younger than I thought then. I was gonna say that you're probably like the Heroes era then, but then even that's probably too early. What was your first Sonic game? Now I'm curious. What was everyone's first Sonic game? Except for Dan, because I know the answer. Well, not necessarily. I assume Sonic 1, but that could be wrong. Venture DX or Heroes. So let me guess, you have older siblings. And they had a GameCube, and that's... So you're in the same boat Riley was in. Now, when you say Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis, are you specifying the Genesis version? Or do you mean the shitty Game Boy Advance port that people often refer to as Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis? I hope that's not what you're referring to. Because that game is a travesty. You do me on Genesis. How did you grind lives in Act 3? I don't think... I feel like I only ever beat Sonic 1 like a couple of years ago. Sonic 1 was definitely the first game I had seen and played, but it wasn't the first I owned. Controller, why? I'm not, so... For the most part, I'm completely happy with my Xbox. The controllers kinda suck. They've given me a lot of problems. Okay, I forgot that I could take damage from him. Why do they, and this is all three of them do it. Why, when they're plugged in, do they just randomly lose connection? And that's on both the PC and on the Xbox. Like, why is that a thing that happens? It just did it again. What is going on? And I'm using different cables for the PC and the Xbox, too, so it's not even that it's the cable. Like, I had it happen in Rivals last night, where it disconnected in the middle of a match, and it was like, what the fuck? Why? It's plugged in. I've tried Googling, like, hey, what's wrong with it? And the results are usually just like, did you try unplugging it and plugging it back in? And I'm just like, yes, damn it. Did you try resyncing it with the console? It's not wireless, idiot! You could dig it back on in there. Yeah, it makes sense, Riley. It was probably that or Heroes, right? Why did it disconnect again? Sometimes I'll sit the controller down and it disconnects, which is really fucking weird. This is just doing it for no reason. It's like I stopped doing inputs for a second and it just stops. But, like, the light is still on, so it's, like, it's connected. I don't get it. I've had so many problems with all of the Xbox controllers, and the batteries. And yet, I would still take it over a PS4 controller. Because those things feel like I could rip them in half with my bare hands if I wanted to. They're the kind of controllers where if you grip them too hard, you can hear the plastic creaking. Like, they are so cheaply made. It's kind of amazing that you don't hear anyone complaining about it. If that was a Nintendo controller, people would be losing their goddamn minds. Guess what just happened? The controller disconnected again. Should I just switch controllers? Is the white one just borked? Like, why is it doing this? I think it might just be borked, because I just plugged it back in and nothing happened. Did the white controller just completely die? And I'm not even going to take into account that I have 2 Xbox controllers that have controller drift, because with the amount that I use them, that's fair. That's just wear and tear. I'm not going to hold that against it. Because I was going to say what you will about Joy-Con. Like, I've had drift problems, but I've never had any other problems with them. Or Pro Controllers, for that matter. But then, the Pro Controllers, the only drift I've had was after thousands of hours of use, which is, like, that's kind of fair. Why would I do that? Yeah, like, you haven't had any problems with your controllers, have you? You know? Do you only have the one? Like, no, because you got, like, you got the fancy one. But even then, I don't think you got it because you had a problem. Yeah, I've had an unusual amount of problems with the... And, again, it's weird because, like, it's not just on console. It also does it on PC. And wired. That's the really weird part to me, is that they're wired and disconnecting. That doesn't make any sense. It's probably... Well, I was gonna say it's probably a PC problem, but no, it does it on console too. So, obviously not. You liked 3D more as a kid? That makes sense if that's, like, when you were growing up. That it makes sense that that would be the one that would have resonated with you. Unless your siblings were playing the older games, and then... Can't do controller on Rivals, the sensitivity's too slow. Yeah, for some characters, I'm like, I can't play them on controller. Like, I would need mouse and keyboard. To play them, like, effectively. Now, for the most part, I just play versus AI, so it doesn't matter. But I've definitely had that moment of, like, I get why someone would not want to use a controller for a game like this. Hell, I think until I started playing Deep Rock on console, I was also like, if it's a first-person shooter, I cannot use a controller. Like, I wasn't even willing to give it a chance. Why did he have rings in that one? that's a lot of ranks. You can't spin dash when you're teetering on the ledge. I probably should have seen that coming. I wonder if he would have done the running thing if I was up against the pod there. Help. One thing I will sing the praise of the Xbox controller on, especially as modern controllers go, the D-pad doesn't suck. In fact, I would maybe say it's good. Like, it might not even be that it doesn't suck. It might actually be this is a good D-pad. Which is a precious commodity in the year 2025, for whatever reason. Which is the, silver line... Oh, God, he can't jump high enough for that. Which is the silver lining in having two controllers that the analog sticks drift is like, well, the D-pads still work completely fine. So they're great for retro achievement stuff. I beg your pardon? Did I, like, hit the, like, collision and it unrolled me? That was weird. Wow. It's weird. Bitch. That was a little spooky. I think I stand by what I said about the negative of Sonic and Knuckles the other night. These stages are so long. Long, and there's a lot of, like, slow platforming sections. Like, even this stage is... Act 1 was fine, but Act 2 felt like kind of a slog. Oh yeah, I forgot that they didn't reskin Eggman in this boss for whatever reason. They do in Origins. I completely forgot about that. I think one of my favorite things about Origins with the Sonic 3, like, remake, remaster, whatever you want to call it, is that if you use debug to go to the character's exclusive bosses with the wrong character, it still replaces Eggman with Egg Robo and vice versa. Like, if you go to Death Egg 2 and fight that boss with Knuckles, it replaces Eggman with Egg Robo for, like, no reason. And if you go to the Mecha Sonic fight with Sonic, it replaces the Egg Robo there with Eggman, just because. They didn't have to do that. They had to make custom sprites for that shit, in some cases. Sleepy. It is Sandopolis Zone. Now, like, yeah, that's the time. That's what time it is. Why can Knuckles even go to Death Egg? It's debug. I said that, didn't I? He's not supposed to be able to, but when you start fussing with debug and level select shit, you can in fact do anything. The lady in Sonic CD was telling the truth. You can take all the characters to Doomsday, too. Just... and things just get all fucky. Not really. They don't really have, like, flying sprites, is kind of the thing. So they're usually just... it's usually just their run animation. Knuckles might be his glide animation, come to think of it, which is weird. Because why would they specify that? Because I think it's even that way in the original game. Oh. Neat. I don't think I knew this was here. I may have, though. Realistically... usually when I play through this game, I play through once with every character. But that still means that 2/3 of the playthroughs were not Knuckles. So I think I just know his the least. I think you can do that in Mania too, can't you? I think you can go to the Egg Reverie with the other characters through level select. I think that's a thing. I don't remember how to access level select in that game, but I think it's a thing. That's gonna be interesting to revisit, because I haven't played Mania in a while. It may have been during the YouTube marathon. Was that before? When did Plus come out? $2018? So that was before the marathon. So yeah, it's been like 5 years since I played Mania, is that right? Fucking Metropolis looking ass. I mean, there's a lot of Sonic games I haven't played since then, so, but still. I think it's just that Mania would probably surprise a lot of people, because I think a lot of people consider that to be, like, a quintessential Sonic game, and... Oh, if you're a Sonic fan, clearly you play it a lot, right? It doesn't help that I own it 3 times, and in all 3 games, I've done 100% playthroughs, so... Which involves many playthroughs. Neat. Why does it feel like that made me go faster? Purposely avoided it so you can forget that it is... we're not having that conversation again. Whee! You know, there's probably a Steam mod that changes it back. There's Steam mods that add fucking Tostino commercials into it for some fucking reason. So I'm sure there's one that does that. Why is that wall there? I guess to make sure you stop and have a chance to grab this? Why? I wonder if they ever fixed that in Origins. Some of those, like... Some of these things don't spawn in the Origins release. It's weird. They just aren't there. It's like they just forgot. It's very odd. Oh, it's not gonna... That's right. you fucking Pokemon-looking ass. Well, I feel like that could be a Pokemon. Oh, let's see. 5 hours, 33 minutes. I don't think I can finish this in 30 minutes. Well, maybe. I'm not going to get all the Chaos Emeralds, though. That's for sure. I'm going to have to go back and get some of those. I only have, what, 4? 3? But we'll just go until we do it. Until it is done. Wow, what a bitch. Oh, and now the lights are on. Weird. I don't know if I've ever died there before. Well, that's just bait. So one of the, like, the thing I said is, like, the bad thing with Sonic and Knuckles, I think, is I think a lot of these zones, Mushroom Hill aside, a lot of these zones are kind of a slog. Like, they're really big. And one thing I will give them credit to is, like, Sandalpolis Act 2 is, like, completely different than Sandalpolis Act 1. Like, this is a completely different stage than Act 1 was. Both visually and mechanically. So that does help. And Lava Reef is similar, where, like, Act 2 is, like, completely different. So that does help. I think what I dislike about this stage, Act 2 in particular, it almost feels like it has the same problem that Titanic Monarch has. It feels like I'm playing the same stage every time. It doesn't really feel like there's enough multiple paths to feel like, oh, I'm gonna go this way this time and it's gonna feel different. I don't think there's enough branching going on here. Are you kidding? Music fucks, at least. Do you even have to break that with Knuckles? I feel like you could potentially get up here without it. Because I was just thinking about, are there any special stages here? I know there is, but I'm typically pretty bad at finding them. And I don't even know where I could go off the beaten path to try to find them. Sure, why not? I never realized that you could just get through that without breaking the sand things. I guess it's just never occurred to me. I mean, it's not like it's extra challenging or anything. If anything, it's less challenging. Sure, fine, don't grab it. That's fine. I don't mind. Ooh, yep. Oh! Neat. I fucking love this game, man. How is it so fucking good? It's unfair to the gaming industry that this game is as good as it is. Imagine being a game designer and, like, you know, having a passion, like, for a project, and then realizing that you have to compete with this. Obvious exaggeration, because, like, you know, genres exist. You kind of can't compare, like, a Metroidvania to this or anything, but, you know. Oh, jeez. Okay. We fallen. Wow. Oh. Get fucked. Right, you need the thing. Oh. Or do you? Okay, what the... Oh, no, this is what we have to do. Okay, for a second I thought I found something cool. Never mind. Didn't I kill... Oh, god damn it. Gameplay. Makers of Red Dead Redemption 2 were like, dang, this will never be as good as Sonic 3 and Knuckles. I mean, it'll never be as good as bad Sonic games, so... But also, yes. And yet, that's not gonna stop them from charging $100 fucking for the next game. I think that's kind of the weird thing, is, like, I think this game is actually accurately rated. There's a lot of games that aren't as good and are, like, more highly rated. Which is odd. The zeitgeist is a weird thing sometimes. I need fucking water. I'm doing a bad job at hydrating lately. Thank you, Lynn. I did. It has been done. Okay. Oh. He's still there. Okay. Oh, okay. I might still stand a chance on emeralds, because there's so many big rings in Lava 2. There's some here, too. Okay, I thought it would stop by the time I got there. Oh, you are such a bitch. I'm stupid in so many ways. I get myself in trouble with gliding a lot. I pushed jump and it didn't do it. Ooh, these are some meanly placed spikes. Okay. Sucks to suck, I guess. Why would I jump? Why would I do that? Don't you only have to beat the hand? Am I remembering that correctly? Or is that a Mania thing? Dun, 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 dun. Oh. I've never tried to go back there before. Interesting. I made a mistake. Well, that was worth a lot of nothing. Don't mind if I do. Okay. See why I don't like to explore in these games? No. A lot of times they just fuck you over for exploring. Whoops. Oh, whatever. Please help. Please send help. Ugh. I feel like some of that early area, pretty sure there was a special stage in there somewhere, but I don't think he could get to it. So we might actually be screwed on the special stages. I think a lot of the ones I was thinking of, he just can't access. Dude, ah, damn it. Oh, well, this is going just fine. This is great. I love everything about everything that's happening right now. That's not worth anything? I feel like that should be worth something. No! I didn't want to be here, but I still wanted to give it an effort, you know? Was that the same? I thought it was two Tails and a Sonic before. I mean, I guess it's close enough. But my point stands. Okay. Great. I love it when I trust the game and then it punishes me. Oh, it's a button. How did I do that? I lived, bitch. I apologize. Huh? Okay. Fine. I'm gonna skip more rings than that, but that's fine, I guess. They're really just taking me past, like, every ring that I know is here. Like, this is an entirely different stage. Yeah, I got through the whole thing, and no rings. I'm only missing 2, though. That's not bad. 2? 1? Something like that. I appreciate the set piece here, but how far out does Sky Sanctuary go that you can see the entire island from it? I guess you do get Big Arm here for a relatively short-lived fight. Doesn't even get to the good part, man. God, what a badass. Fuck Metal Sonic, man. Mecha Sonic. Wait, I guess technically Mecha Sonic Mark II, I believe, is this thing's, like, full name. Because I think the one in Sonic 2 is considered Mark 1. Is that the only move you do? I don't think I've ever seen him do this before. What is happening? You're supposed to, like, shoot at me. And then give me an opening. What is going on? Am I blanking and doing something wrong? Or is he just stuck in an RNG loop? Finally! Dear Lord. Is it because he was hitting me, maybe? Was that causing him to just keep doing it? Is it one of those loops? No, I think it was just bad RNG. Oh, he's in phase 2, yeah, okay. Hey, look at that, I made it! We gotta go get the other emeralds, though. And get the true ending. It's necessary. Punch the power of Sonic, but not this dude. Yeah, there's a lot of questions. As much of a badass as Mecha Sonic Mark II is, there's things that just don't make sense. And the video I sent you goes into some of it. First of all, how is he able to interface with the Master Emerald? Robotnik didn't know the Master Emerald was here. He just happened upon it. So did he build Mecha Sonic in the last 12 hours? And he built him so that he could interface with the Master Emerald? He's not a living being, so I feel like him going super had to have been a design element and not something that just occurred. But then also, yeah, why is Knuckles strong enough to just knock the emeralds out of someone? I mean, I guess maybe that's the thing here. He's not consuming the Master Emerald. So he's not knocking the emerald out of him. He's just using it to charge up. Because I like how they did that in the movie, where he can knock the Master Emerald out of Eggman when he has it. But I guess there's nothing here that would do that? One thing I don't like about them replacing Stranger in Moscow with this medley is that the medley only covers the Sonic and Knuckles stages. I think that might be a thing they fix in Origins, but I don't... No, don't they put an entirely different song here? I think that's what they do. Maybe it's Sonic 3 Complete that I'm thinking of, that has a larger medley that includes all of the tracks. I was gonna get up and use the bathroom quick before going for those Master Emeralds, and then I forgot, and now the credits are over already. Oops. That's what I get for drinking more water. I'll just let this play for a second while I go do that. I won't be long. Also, I wonder if they're going to go into the backstory of the Master Emerald ever. Because we now know from Frontiers that the Chaos Emeralds are alien in origin. But the Master Emerald isn't. That was already here on the planet when the Chaos Emeralds led that race, the Ancients. Here. There. I say here as if it's our planet, and that's not necessarily true. Which is also then interesting because the Master Emerald was forged in the movies. It's interesting that even if the movies ever get caught up to the games in timeline, that they could still just do, like, something completely different, because there's enough changes they've already made that makes it, like, a completely different canon. Which is neat. Did I miss 2, or did I just go on autopilot and completely mess up? I kind of spaced out for a second. I guess there's probably another spring at the end there that I just didn't react to. I went up last time. Wonder if I should come and do a Tails playthrough at some point too. I might do that off stream just for fun. I guess I could just save it on the off chance that we have another stream where I'm like, hey, I have 2.5 hours to kill. I guess worth noting now that we're getting close to the end, I think Unleashed will be next. I guess I should have a backup plan in case I decide to stream tomorrow. Or I decide to not do Pokemon on Wednesday. Oh, ads. We're just gonna keep going, because it's not gonna take long to wrap this up. If anything, if I knew ads were that close, I would have waited to go use the bathroom, but... To watch the short for Unleashed? The one with the ghost girl? I mean, if it's not on Sega's channel, it's gotta be on something. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to jump to the other side to see if the running thing was still was a thing. Oh well. It would have been cool to watch some of that, like, supplementary material as part of the marathon, too, but... I don't know where Twitch or Sega stands with stuff like that, so I don't know if that would cause problems. Yeah, the ghost girl that's horny as fuck for Werewolf Sonic. I'm not even joking for anyone who's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, that's actually the thing. Yeah. Alright, what the fuck did I fuck up here? Like, really, it's that I went on autopilot. The ironic thing is, I was thinking about how the day that I'll admit I'm getting old is the day that I can't do these special stages anymore. And then I immediately made a mistake. But I mean, like, not occasional mistakes, but just cannot do them anymore. That's when it's gonna be like, yep, I'm cooked. Yeah, I brain farted and just didn't jump onto that spring for some reason. Do what with mushroom things? I'm going so fast, man. Like, I don't know what happened 20 seconds ago. Not these. I'd hope. I was hoping there'd be something back there. Oh well. Ooh, nice. Why would I do that? I was like, oh, this should be fine. It'll be fun. It'll help me get around faster. I mean, it did. It helped me meet my end faster. No. Just fucking quit fucking around. What am I doing here? There. Good. I was gonna be a little embarrassed if I had to go to Flying Battery to get the last one. Oh, that flicker's just non-existent on stream. You hate to see it. I'm gonna try to, do a test stream right after we're done. I might get something to eat first, and then I might do a quick test stream just to put the capture on 720 instead of 1080 and then set it to 60 FPS and see how it runs. I know when I tried to do 60 FPS, at one point it was like a disaster, but maybe reducing it to 720 would be fine. I deserve that, I guess. Oh, you dick. I actually hate this boss. I actually hate this boss. That I'm insisting on beating for no reason. I mean, it's a great set piece and everything. There's no way to back out, right? I just have to reset. Run it back. The thing that sucks is, like, it's not like you get a different ending. I mean, you do get a different ending, but it's not like there's an extra boss or anything. So this is basically gonna play out exactly the same as it did last time. Like, it'd be kind of cool if this phase didn't happen unless you had all the emeralds or something. Like, it was just kind of an underwhelming additional Mecha Sonic fight. You were just kind of like, oh, that's it? Or maybe, like, he powers up, but then he just flies away, and you don't even have a chance to stop him. Uh-oh. It's a little late. Now he's not doing the dive at all. What happened to that first attempt? This is very weird. Oh, gotcha. Oh, Knuckles is glowing now. There's the achievement. 54% of achievements. Okay, I'm tired, I'm hungry. Oh, I get the hell out of here. I didn't actually finish planning earlier what I was saying about, like, what are we doing if I do wind up streaming tomorrow? What do we still have? Sonic 1 Genesis, Sonic 1 Game Gear, Sonic 2 Genesis, Sonic 2 Game Gear. Spinball, I guess. Drift, I guess. Game Gear Spinball, I guess. Drift 2, I guess. So aside from Sonic 1 and 2, the classic games are mostly, like, aside from 1 and 2 and the spin-offs that I don't know if I want to do, the classic games are pretty much done. I definitely don't want to start Unleashed early. I think I want to start that on Thursday. I think that makes the most sense. I might just push myself to take a night off tomorrow and just kind of chill, make sure everything is in order for Pokemon, then we can do that on Wednesday and get that finished and squared away, hopefully. I guess I don't know what I'll do if I still have 6 hours left. I'm under the... or more than 6 hours left. I'm under the impression that's not the case. I have a friend that the one day said he was around the same place I was at, and then the next day he said he beat it. So, I feel like I'll probably beat it in another stream. The one certain is we'll start Sonic Unleashed on Thursday. And we'll be playing that for the holiday. I'm looking forward to it. I'm gonna play the PS2 version first. I've never played that version before. I think it's a good time to do it, because the last time I played the PS3 360 version was, like, as I keep saying, during the first YouTube marathon, so that was, like, 5 years ago. 4 or 5 years ago. And it's not super fresh in my mind. So I think now is, like, a good time to play the other version, because I'm not going to be, like, nitpicking over, like, how it's different. Which is basically just a concern of, does it suck? I have no idea. I don't know anything about the PS2 or Wii versions. I know they're completely different games. That's about it. It's like the same story, but I know the stages are completely different. I don't know if the gameplay is different at all. I have no idea. Those are probably the most exciting games in the marathon, are the ones that I'm like, I haven't played these before. Like, I had an unusually good time with Sega Sonic yesterday, because I'd never played it, and it was just a new experience. And that's just always a good time. So anyway, I'm done. That's it. We're done tonight. Thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. If you see a live notification in like 30 minutes, I mean, you're welcome to stop in, but don't think too much of it. I'm just gonna test to see if I can switch it to 60 FPS and 720 to see how it performs. I would, even though we're almost done with the classic games, I would like to get rid of that 60 FPS flicker problem, if I can. I know the one time I tried to do 60 FPS 1080 and my computer was just like, who the fuck do you think I am? So I'm gonna fiddle with that and I'll see what happens. So again, if you see a live notification, don't think much of it. I might not even look at chat while I'm doing it, so it'll probably be like 15 minutes tops. But otherwise, I'll be back on Wednesday. Maybe tomorrow, but probably Wednesday. Maybe. I'm thinking about it. So anyway, thanks again for, hold on. We should probably raid, shouldn't we? I see a good, healthy 6 viewers. I should probably send out a raid. That's probably a thing I should do. I've always said that I wanted to get in the habit of doing that when the viewers are like 5 or more, and they are 5 or more, so I should probably do that. Shoot-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Shoot-ba-doo-boo-boo-doo. Oh, that's okay. I guess that'll do. I'm probably just gonna send you over to Patty, because that's what I'm gonna watch. He's in his horror game arc. Which makes sense, it's that time of the year. He's playing a horror game in which you're wielding a rubber chicken? I don't fucking know, man. I want to see more. It'll probably be silly. It might be a little spoopy. I don't know. But it's what I'm going to be watching, so I'm just going to send you there. I've only ever done this once before, so I don't really know what I'm doing. I forget. 6 viewers rating in 2 minutes, or I can just hit the raid now button. I think I'm going to do that, because I don't really have much else to say, so I will drop another thank you for hanging out tonight. I'm having a great time with this marathon, so I hope you guys are as well. I'm looking forward to doing more. We'll be back soon. So, take it easy.